we already have 74 million confirmed or in advanced approval stage. There are 4 key elements, of which 3 will be managed locally and 1 remains at the global level. So the first product is junior equity, which will be contributed by the Global Solar Facility to the African Solar Facility as an anchor investment. And as you all heard yesterday, equity is scarce, equity is expensive, but equity is badly needed for especially DRE projects, which will then be able to leverage more with debt. So what does junior equity really mean? It means the junior equity provider, in this case ISA, gets its returns after all other investors have made their returns and been paid out. So the junior equity tranche provides that needed protection and also plays a role in attracting investors. The second product are guarantee mechanisms that address country risk, payment risks, and currency risks. The third is a zero-interest insurance loan to make sure that projects can access the required protection. And in this day and age, where every day I was just reading sadly about the landslide in Sudan, we hear every day some climate event or the other, and therefore the urgency to have the right kind of protection, including insurance, is critical. At the global level, so these 3 products will be deployed at the regional level. At the global level, we have a technical assistance facility which will cross-fertilize the learnings across the 47 ISA member countries in Africa and the other regions of the world. A key principle of the GSF and the ASF is of non-duplication. So for example, for political risk insurance, which is much needed, I was just talking to a friend from Nuru, and he said that his project would not get off the ground without political risk insurance. So here we are using meager guarantees, crowding in guarantees from all the development finance institutions that provide this kind of a product. ISA supported 1 demonstration project, Nuru, a mini-grid project in DRC, using a meager guarantee. And we are very fortunate to have the co-founder of Nuru, Archip, here with us, and you can ask him a lot more questions. Another key aspect is developing projects and platforms, because after raising all this money, where are we going to invest it? And we need projects which are both robust and will serve the needs of the community as well as make returns for the investor. This is very, very key. If we look at the India experience, every single renewable energy platform of any size today has been able to attract institutional investors, Canadian pension funds, sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East. So this is very much possible, and this is our goal in Africa, to bring in these institutional investors in addition to local institutions. And we are very fortunate to have Yusuf Umar from NSIA's renewable energy platform called Ripple. And the attracting of long-term investors has happened because of the fundamental underlying projects being robust, they've scaled, and they are profitable. I would also just like to make an interesting point that 95% of the wind and solar projects in India are in the private sector. So again, a very encouraging trend. ISA has also designed a unique method of compensation for the fund manager, Africa 50, that will reward well-performing projects and provide extra points for moving into underserved communities and countries. So there is a nice balance of risk and reward. A final point, which is very important to investors, is what we in the private equity world refer to as exits. Or in simple words, how do I get my money back? ISA is already working on developing an asset monetization model that will create a platform that buys mature, cash flow generating projects and will aggregate these brownfield projects that have been built and de-risked to attract long-term institutional capital. This will be done through the next ISA regional facility for the APAC region, and those learnings will, I hope, be used to develop a similar asset monetization platform for the Africa region. Now that I have described this ambitious program, which all sounds very good, let me turn to my esteemed panelists to hear about the challenges and the opportunities for distributed renewable energy deployment in Africa. So we have actually key representatives. We have from Ghana, and I'm going to request the gentleman in the middle to please share his name. Sir, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nana Kofi Safo Prempe. I represent a company called TFI Power Company Limited, and I'm also a traditional leader here in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Then we have two multilateral development agencies, AFDB with Daniel Schroth, who you heard yesterday, and my ex-colleague and friend Kyle Kelhofer of IFC, and representing also the World Bank Group. We have a key private equity fund manager in Africa, Africa 50, Benjin, who I already introduced, who is the head of the DRE ASF fund, and the DRE co-head of the Nigeria fund, and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, NSIA, represented by Yusuf Omar, who manages Ripple, the renewable energy platform of NSIA, who will be the co-fund manager with Africa 50 for the Nigeria DRE fund. We are very fortunate to have two developers who on a daily basis face the challenges of mini grids and increasing energy access. We have Nuru, represented by Mr. Amy Achip Lobo Nugumba, who's the co-founder, and the Husk Power representative, Mr. Olu Aruke, country director for Nigeria and VP Business Development for West Africa. So let me kickstart with Daniel, who has a flight to catch and will excuse himself early. So Daniel already introduced himself yesterday. I will just highlight that in addition to everything he does at the AFDB, he's also the head of the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa and the Desert to Power Initiative. So Daniel, if I may, how do you see blended finance structures that can be tailored better to de-risk DRE solar and attract long-term private capital? And you can use examples of the lessons you've learned from AFDB's past energy interventions.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Anita, for the question. And let me first congratulate ISA and all the partners on the progress that has been made with the facility over the last year. In particular, of course, the selection of a credible fund manager, which is a very important step. And as you pointed out, Anita, of course, Africa 50 is not unknown to us, given that It was created by the African Development Bank a decade ago, and we have a very close relationship with Africa 50. On sort of the examples of blended finance, let me maybe just sort of mention at the outset, I think from our perspective, there are, of course, a number of risks that we have sort of to cater for in the DRE space. And I think three are particularly important in terms of sort of providing financing instruments to help address those risks. One is obviously the demand risk. That's a key risk, particularly for mini-grids, particularly in areas where there has not been any access to electricity before, because demand doesn't grow sort of immediately, so there's also has to be a lot of focus on demand stimulation, the whole kind of conversation of productive use, etc. But demand risk is sort of a risk that needs to be addressed. Another key risk is, of course, payment risk, particularly also in the solar home system space, where generally sort of the payment rates figures are relatively high, but still there's sort of many companies with limited credit history, and sort of the payment risk issue is something that needs to be addressed. And certainly last but not least, the whole currency risk conversation, given that the revenues, of course, that the companies earn let me mention a couple of sort of blended finance structures that we have seen over the last couple of years. I think one example is sort of partial credit guarantees, particularly to local financial institutions, to kind of help them sort of to de-risk portfolios, and of course also to help them to be able to provide local currency financing for these type of companies. We have on our side our Leveraging Energy Access Finance program, where we've been able to bring in concessional finance from the Green Climate Fund that sort of can then be blended with the bank's products and sort of make this more commercially attractive to local financial institutions. Second example is, of course, a very classic one, but it's still one that plays an important role, particularly in terms of providing sort of debt for kind of companies in the space, which is sort of blended lines of credit to financial institutions at country level, where, for example, we approved recently a line of credit to Diamond Trust Bank in Kenya for them sort of to focus on financing companies in the DRE space. And this was sort of done through a blended line of credit where we provided our commercial lending with the terms associated with it, but we also provided a junior tranche or kind of a more concessional tranche through our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. Another example is sort of minimum revenue guarantees, and I think this is sort of particularly in view of addressing sort of this demand risk that I alluded to. And for example, at the moment in DRC, though not with Nuru, but with another kind of large project, the Moi project, where we have three, actually it's not mini grids, these are really mesogrids because they are sort of supposed to power cities of 80 to 100,000 people. But the demand risk is very substantial. So we're looking at providing sort of contingent capital that sort of can cater for potential revenue shortfalls in the first years of operation of that kind of mini-grid project. Maybe one fourth example, and this is not exhaustive by any means, is sort of aggregation of receivables and sort of through sort of securitization models. And we have seen in the last couple of years a couple of companies that have successfully done this, sort of from Sun King, D-Light, and others. But there's also now sort of conversations around sort of doing this not on a company per company basis, but sort of in a sort of larger structured facility, sort of a warehousing type facility. So that's something that we're currently looking at potentially financing over the next couple of months. In terms of lessons learned, let me just mention a couple that I think could be useful as the African Solar Facility sort of scales up over the coming months. One is obviously you're still sort of in a resource mobilization mode. And it's very important in terms of attracting sort of investments, including from donors on the concessional, the junior tranches, to have a very compelling, clear narrative for the facility. I think you're working on this. I think alignment with Mission 300 can also help in this context. And of course, there are some donors that want sort of to support specific segments, but I think based on our experience, it makes sense sort of to build in some flexibility, sort of to have sort of the advantages of portfolio diversification. For example, when we created as a debt platform a decade ago the Facility for Energy Inclusion, we did it through two separate funds. One that was sort of focusing mini-grids, commercial industrial solar, sort of small-scale IPPs, and then the second one which was exclusively sort of focusing on the solar home systems space. And while the first one has performed very well, the second one, because of the challenges in the solar home systems market system space, has had challenges. So this is why now when we're talking about FAI 2.0 is that we're looking at aggregating this sort of under one facility that touches and tries to address the different market segments rather than being too narrowly focused on one segment. I think a second point is, and I think you're working on this already, what we've seen is that having a sizable junior tranche, particularly in sort of this market segment, is very important, particularly if you sort of want to anchor more commercially oriented investors. So I think you should be looking at sort of a junior tranche, sort of minimum 20, but you might want to go up to, if you're able to mobilize the resources up to 50%. That's also sort of the kind of the ratio that we have sort of on this patient capital vehicle, Safiri, that I mentioned yesterday. A third point is, and you indicated you have sort of some sort of TA facility at the central level. I think that's key, that there is sort of associated technical assistance that can help sort of to refine business models, that can work on improving sort of credit methodologies, that can sort of look at demand stimulation options, etc. But sort of associated technical assistance facility is obviously a very important dimension. And sort of running out of time, I think, but to make just one additional one, obviously there is a multitude of funds already active in this space and several others under development. I think would be important sort of early on to find sort of ways of partnering. I think the needs in the market are huge. There is space for all the different facilities, and I think there can be synergies realized if sort of one seeks those partnerships sort of early on, rather sort of than sort of perceiving other funds in the similar space necessarily.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Danielle. I think you've made an excellent case to invite you to join the Africa Solar Facility, given the fact that we really do need that junior equity, enough of the junior equity, and we've managed to get some, but it would be good to have that additional tranche. We fully buy your point on diversification of assets. In fact, this fund has the ability not just to do DRE, both solar home systems and mini-grids, but also related investments like BESS and battery and energy storage, aspects that can support the grid for evacuation, things like that. So I think there is diversity and flexibility in the facility. The third point that you made, which I think is very relevant, is in terms of the alignment with Mission 300. We believe strongly that this is part and parcel of Mission 300. In fact, the World Bank has approved a loan of 25 million to Africa 50 to be used for this facility. And that's a big endorsement in terms of the alignment that there is. We've also had discussions on with Zafiri, the IFC facility, where there will be a continuum of projects being developed, supported in relatively earlier stages, and then being able to be taken up by other platforms. And the whole principle in the design of the ASF is not to duplicate. That's why in Nuru, we used a mega guarantee. In many other projects, in fact, we've invited every single DFI who has a guarantee product, be it AFD, be it the BII, be it the World Bank guarantee products, to come forward and put them on offer to the projects being considered by ASF. But thank you very much, Daniel, for taking the time. I know you have a hard stop at 10, so please feel free to leave. Thank you. So moving on, I think, Yusuf, you are, for us, the poster child of institutional investor like the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, who has backed the Ripple platform that develops and invests in renewable energy projects. And one of the things that I would like to ask you is in terms of the Nigeria DRE facility in partnership with NSIA, SE for All, and Africa 50 is a country-level platform initiated by NSIA. What is very great here is that the investment that NSIA is making is, for a large part, for DRE projects in Nigeria. However, a part of the NSIA contribution will also go to the ASF, which looks at the rest of Africa. And both the Nigeria facility and the Africa Solar facility, there's a common fund manager, which is Africa 50. In the case of Ripple, you will be co-fund managers, both Africa 50 and Ripple. So this is a very interesting model, and we want to encourage all the countries present here that this could be a good model to follow, and ASF has the flexibility to do both country-level facilities as well as Pan-Africa investments in the DRE space. So over to you, Yusuf, if you would like to speak about how you see Ripple in this area of DRE and the importance of the kind of blended finance that you've been able to raise.
Thank you very much, Anita. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? No? Is this better now? Fantastic. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Anita. Congratulations to the DG and his team for an event very well set up, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this panel with a team of very exceptional talents up here. Like Anita has set the context for what we're trying to achieve on a country level, but also how that translates into an Africa initiative, as it were. Something very key about aggregation platforms, as we're setting up, as we have with Ripple and now with the DRE Fund, is its ability to bridge the divide between institutional and other investors on the one hand, and the need to have scale, to have standardization, and also as a form of risk mitigation. And that's why, in our context, in the African context, aggregation is the differentiating factor between decentralized renewable energy systems and a fragmented space, as it were. And when we were looking at, again, structuring the DRE fund, taking lessons from other platforms and other propositions that NSIA, the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, has set up, there are my top three sort of design features that has informed how we co-created this initiative would be distilled into these three things. The first will be simplicity. It's important that we have structures that are very simple. As experience has shown, overly complicated structures are, one, likely to fail or end up in litigation, they are hard to administer, and they're also very expensive. So the basis, really, the thesis of these platforms as we set them up is the basis of simplicity, as it were. The second is on partnerships. I think we cannot overemphasize the importance of strong strategic complementary partnerships. You look at the DRE fund, where you have a local sovereign investor anchoring this in NSIA. You have two international organizations bringing in both the convening muscle in ISA as well as SE for All. And then you have an infrastructure investment organization, Africa 50, bringing in not just much needed skin in the game in equity, but also the experience on a Pan-African level. So that's very, very important, forming very strategic, very solid partnerships. Because there's something capital can't buy as it relates to particularly Africa. Because there's something that we all hear in every conferences on the risk perception of infrastructure in Africa. But with strong partnerships, you get credibility that, like I said, that money essentially cannot buy. And we believe that this cohort of strategic anchors for the DRE fund provides that much needed credibility for this DRE fund. And the last is localization. It is very important that, yes, a lot of people see Africa as very homogeneous, but that's not the case. Markets are very different. So what is important is distilling this global best practices to fit local scenarios, to proffer local solutions. And that's what we are doing on the Nigeria DRE Fund. However, with those lessons, with the participation in ASF and ASF's expanded reach, we're able to translate that into other country platforms across the country. I can go on sort of the key considerations that we have taken on board in designing such facilities, but I think I'll just stop here in the interest of time to these top three. Thank you.
Excellent comments, Yusuf, and this provides us a great segue to Benjin, who's the head of the ASF and the co-head of the Nigeria DRE facility. So, Benjin, you have two key roles. One is to mobilize further capital on the back of the junior capital that we expect to have in place. And the second is to develop and evaluate DRE projects that are both robust, have relevance for the community. So I wanted first for you to kick off by telling us, sharing with us, how you balance both these roles.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anita. I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you very much, Anita. And thanks to everybody who was speaking before me. I'm very happy to hear how we are aligned here, not only about what we are seeing on the market in terms of needs or in terms of requirements, but also the way we approach how to solve many of them. So let me start by, like everyone, by thanking ISA and the Director General Ashish for a so well-organized event. Okay. Maybe I should get it closer. Is it better? Oh, okay. So I just need to get it close. So I was saying thanks very much and congratulations to ISA for a so well-organized event and for the opportunity to discuss this DRE initiative. So to your point, Anita, beyond the capital, so first the capital itself, the characteristics of it are important. So many people already talk about the junior equity aspect because we need the capital to have some level of concessionality to make it work for us to be palatable for the end user. So that's important. And we also believe that for this capital, there is a local currency aspect that is important because we're talking about DRE here, distributed renewable energy. So we're going into areas where most of the business are done in local currency. So when you have hard currency investors investing, and you're investing their money into local currency to run these businesses locally, you need to make sure that you're finding the best way to get the money back to these hard currency investors. So gradually, we believe that getting more local currency investors in the room, meaning local pension funds, sovereign funds locally like NSIs, or other local funds that can invest, or local investors that can put local currency in the balance, it's something that is really key. So now beyond the capital, the investment themselves, we believe that this has to have a commercial mandate as well, because at first we are doing it for impact under the Mission 300 umbrella. We want this to reach at least 300 million people to give them access to energy. But the only way we can do it at scale and sustainably is to make sure that we are investing in companies that make money. And we don't have to be shy about it. We should look into companies that are delivering on impact, but that are also making it very well on the profitability aspect, because that's the only way they can run on the very, very, very long term. And in addition to that, there are the risk aspects. I think Daniel was mentioning it. We think that we need to put in place the risk mitigation measures, first to address the risk perception. Before the risk itself, there is a high level of perception that we need to address, putting in place some of the guarantees that we can put in place, but also just by having a few successes, we can demonstrate to the whole world that the DRE market is not as risky as it is perceived. So by investing in some of these successful companies and demonstrating the success, we can reduce the perception of risk. And then the risk itself, as Anita explained before, ISA is putting in place together with the ASF a risk mitigation instrument where there will be some insurance that will be provided interest-free to some of the DRE companies so that they can get insured for some of the risks that they are facing on the market. So these are some of the key elements that we believe are the enablers to make sure that this DRE platform can be successful. And the very last one is something that a few people already touched on, or is the partnership aspect. This is also key. First, partnership between the private sector and the public sector, because at the end of the day, we're talking about energy here, and the private sector can be involved as much as we want, but the public sector will always have a key role because this is energy. So that level of partnership between public and private will always be important, but also the partnership between the initiatives that we are seeing. There are many funds that are being launched, many initiatives. Each of them has some specific features, so we need to make sure that we're looking more globally into all of these initiatives and building synergies, building more complementarity. I think Yusuf was talking about it. This is something that is key if we want to go successfully on the long run, because if everybody is doing his very tiny thing on the side, at the end of the day, I don't think this will work. So we need to make sure that we're building bonds between all of these initiatives so that we can go at scale and reach the 300 million targets that we have.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. You have a very exciting job ahead, as you said, balancing many factors, public and private, making money and having impact. So we can only wish you the best. Kyle, turning to you. Kyle is the Ghana country manager for IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. And I'm told today you're representing the entire group. So from the World Bank Group's perspective, what are the most compelling investment opportunities for the private sector? And since you're the Ghana country manager, I'm going to ask you the question with respect to Ghana's DRE sector.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you, Ashish, for organizing this very successful event. Look, from the IFC and the World Bank Group perspective, I think the most profound opportunity in front of us all is very simple. the ability to mobilize and enable local corporates to play a key role in critical infrastructure development on the continent. And that's why I'm absolutely delighted to see this, what I call patient capital facility, or what we really think from a structuring sense, an equity mobilization facility to come into play to help better mobilize critical long-term patient capital to make more bankable projects viable for international financiers. This has always been the shortfall in this part of the world, is this patient capital, structuring it to the extent that it's not too short of horizon to interfere with the economics, but nor a grant and nor a charity that makes disconnected priorities by different stakeholders on a project. By having the alignment of a longer-term patient capital, will make projects more bankable and mobilize better and more local corporates. And let me tell you a story on that front, why it's so important and why there's no shame on why that's needed on this continent. It comes down to capital markets. Before coming here, I was country manager for Vietnam. 10 years ago in Vietnam, there was 0 grid solar. 10 years ago in Vietnam, the government was fiscally constrained due to a debt limit and needed to mobilize the private sector for critical infrastructure. So they moved forward with a feed-in tariff. And the goal was to mobilize projects. Best projects come from local sponsors. Vietnam's first project, 300 megawatts, was done by Chairman Tan of Nian Sugar and Sacom Bank. He knew nothing about renewable energy. He worked with international partners, connected, but more importantly, because IFC and private equity funds were able to come in and provide equity for the investment that then mobilized follow-on equity, that then mobilized debt. But why was this possible? Very simple, because 3 years later, we IFC were able to exit onto the capital market in Vietnam. That is not possible in this part of the world. So until we have viable capital markets that provide clear pathways for exit options for equity investors, there will be this patient capital shortfall. And that's why this is so critically necessary. It's to fill that market gap until we develop capital markets to mobilize the critical equity from my stakeholders here on the right to move their projects forward. And that's why we IFC are delighted to play a role in this. There's room for all of us in this approach. In addition, I'll add on top a little sales for IFC. We have our IFC Upstream Project Development Facility that would be delighted to engage with stakeholders to help make these projects more bankable. And now we have this additional tool to leverage to help make them bankable ex ante before going to fundraising and mobilization. So Anita, in short, to answer your question, the sector we're keen on is local corporates, which then is pretty much any sector that where local corporates can play a key role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and you've given me a fantastic segue to 2 local corporates who are active in Africa. The first one being Nuru. And Nuru, the story of Nuru, which I believe means light, is really an interesting one and demonstrates what the Africa Solar Facility can do. So Nuru has developed mini grids in DRC. The project was actually well-funded, had credible investors like IFC and others, and yet the project could not take off the ground because the cost of the different instruments that were needed to mitigate risk was too high. ISA stepped in to ameliorate those costs, which then ended up helping the project get off the ground, and most important, making the end user electricity tariff affordable, still expensive, but at least more affordable for the community. So that's the kind of unlocking that the Africa Solar Facility hopes to do to be able to deliver projects. So you can hear right from the man, Archip, who is one of the co-founders of Nuru, who will talk about the challenges and how they've been able to address some of them. Thank you.
Thanks, Anita, for just giving a great context of the work we do in the DRC. Come back to your question about the challenges we face in deploying and operating mini-grid in DRC. is linked with the supply chain risk. We all know that most of African countries and developers rely on international supply chain that comes with high cost and delay in implementing project, while Africa needs to quickly close financing. In one hand, private developers and public utilities, private investors and financial institutions will have to work together to accelerate distributed renewable energy in Africa. In the other hands, investors and institutional finance will ask private sector and the public utility to demonstrate project bankability, commercial viability, and sustainability. And that depends on the ability to have project at low cost. But the context is quite different currently in Africa, where in regards to the supply chain, relying on international, regional, and local supply chain, we're paying high cost in equipment, but also there are delay in manufacturing waiting list, but there are also risks associated with all the shippings and operating mini grids in DRC that requires assurance cover in addition to the political risk cover that are key to putting equity and debt investors in comfort to take risk in project. But that comes with cost, and high cost is a key driver to project bankability. So today, Nuru has been able to unlock financing because those key insurance cover, such as MEGA, playing a major role in putting equity investors in comfort in this very high-cost market, but with the risk associated with high loan cost in Africa. So that's what I'll say in terms of challenges that are linked with other factors, but the main major one linked with supply chain risk.
Thank you for raising a very important point of supply chain, which I think, as the DG ISA mentioned yesterday, the e-procurement facilities within ISA, which they are very willing to also share with countries in Africa, to be able to aggregate demand and get that supply chain at a reasonable price for projects in Africa. So this is something that separately, outside of the GSF and ASF, that ISA is working on, and I'm sure you can reach out to them. Moving to Mr. Olu Aruike. So I have to share with you, I don't know if you know this, but while I was in IFC, one of the early investors in your company, $250,000 was an investment that I made while at IFC. So I'm very proud to see how well Husk Power has done. And it's a testament to what Kyle was just referring to, that if local companies get the support, can get off the ground, then they can grow across Africa and be able to deliver the kind of services, especially in key sectors like DRE. So, Olu, may I ask you, since you work across Africa as well as India, which of the markets have you seen that has the right enabling environment? Because as all of us have mentioned, that's something very important for DRE to scale. And also, if you can mention or talk about the availability of skilled local talent. So Achip mentioned the supply chain challenges. Maybe you can add on the skilled local talent as well as the enabling environment and regulatory aspects.
Right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Anita. Great to hear that you've been part of the Husk journey. I didn't know that. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but they've put us developers to speak after the people with the money, which is always a good thing, right? So they can give us money to continue to provide reliable power to our people. But speaking to the countries or markets we're seeing that have the right frameworks, maybe I start with a country that got it a bit wrong at some point, because for every great story, there's one that has made the lesson happen. I don't know how many people know about Tanzania and some political statement that led to some of us exiting that market a few years ago. Husk exited that market where actually Tanzania was our very first mini-grid market or DRE market in Nigeria, in Africa. But a couple of years ago, we had to exit because tariffs did not make sense. There was some political interference in what the tariffs could look like, right? It was no longer cost reflective, and it made the business models not make sense anymore or sustainable to continue to serve the people, and we exited. But now to markets that we're seeing that are making the right moves, and over the last decade or so, permit me to start with Nigeria. I am Nigerian, of course, and I'm so proud to see what the Nigerian government and people have been doing since they launched the mini-grid regulations in 2016. That regulation was reviewed in 2023, meaning that it has been tested, and we've seen the flaws, and we've amended it to cater to those flaws. Aside from that, we've also had the good work that Ripple and NSIA and, of course, the RIA and Nigeria Electrification Project are doing with finance that helps de-risk sort of investments inflows into the country. Nigeria is now managing, or the Nigeria Electrification Project is now managing the largest public sector financing for mini-grids anywhere in the world. That is something amazing and great. To of course, another market, which we've seen, DRC is also towing the same line, which, answer the good work sustainable work that ANSER continues to do, supporting folks like Nuru and other companies, and also supporting companies like us who want to make market entry into that location as well. I could go on and on, but I think those two markets have been very good examples, and it is not for lack of anything, but because those two markets are actually the two largest off-grid markets in the world right now, right? So they have to also take the lead. Other markets like Madagascar, of course, we continue to hear great things, large-scale utility, mini-grids going on there. And I've also heard Ghana continues to do well with, kind of framework, the ministry, the government agencies here. The key things that these countries have is right regulation as the bedrock, and that will in turn attract financing, and of course expertise, and of course, the sector will continue to grow. And now, speaking of expertise and talent, whether we agree or not, in this part, DRE is quite new. This is a sector that is maybe a decade old, if you count from when regulatory frameworks, I mean the right regulatory frameworks started taking shape. So in terms of talent, or expertise, there is still a bit of a gap. However, companies like ourselves have leverage on experience in advanced markets like India, where we started our operations about 17 years ago. That transfer of knowledge between colleagues who I work with in a more advanced market has helped a company like Husk to quickly move in Nigeria, where we've been operating for less than 4 to 5 years now. And I think such examples make sense. Such knowledge transfer is what we would need to see where it has worked. And India is just like sub-Saharan Africa in the global south, similar kind of demography, a bit of different nuances, of course, but it makes sense to study where things have actually worked. And that was also a market a few years ago that used to be the largest off-grid market in the world. What they've done to turn around that position and hand it over to Nigeria has been amazing, and it is something we should continue to study. The other part with improving or reducing the talent gap is to also enable educational institutions, and providers to understand that while we've continued to afford our upcoming generations certain types of education, that the key education that we need is the education that helps us solve Sub-Saharan Africa's biggest problem, which is energy access deficit. If we take that very, very serious as governments, as companies, as private sector, public sector, every actor will close that gap. And no matter how much we talk about Mission 300 or bringing 600 million Africans out of energy poverty, without that closure in talent gap, the good examples that I've cited of countries doing great work may not be so.
One of the important things you mentioned is that the most expensive power is not having power. And what you, both Nuru and Husk Power are doing is really facing those challenges, but being able to deliver power, especially to the last mile and to the consumer. So we've saved the best for the last. Yesterday, as we were together on a panel with Mr. Nana, he mentioned that ISA should be doing something very much along the lines of what we are trying to do at ASF. So from your experience, especially in Ghana, in the DRE sector, do you have any comments, suggestions for us?
Well, good morning again, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Hello? Is it better? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank ISA for putting together this fantastic conference. I think it's been quite illuminating, and I'm very, very, very honored to be part of this panel, especially with this esteemed IFC and Africa 50 and Husk and all these other well-known entities. I think the issue of bankability has been a recurring theme in these discussions, but the question is, how do you get to that stage of bankability whereby men like IFC, Kyle, and Africa 50 will be more than happy to give you all the money you need to develop your to build your project if it's deemed to be bankable. So I think some attention needs to be paid to the inception stages of project development and how or what efforts can be done to assist project developers to reach that stage of bankability whereby more established funds can actually come in and take the risk of investing in this project. And since we are discussing the topic of blended financing, well, there is no one that can understand initial stage risk than local investors or corporates. So I think there has to be an approach whereby local pension funds can be drawn in to take part in the initial stages of structuring some of these blended financing. I think, for most developers to reach the stage of husk, it's quite an ordeal, and it does take a lot of time and resources. And so, if there can be a structure whereby the local entities who understand the local risks best can actually come in and support these developers at an early stage, I think that will help fast track some of these projects and get them to the bankable stage where the likes of IFC and Africa 50 can come in. And I think this can be done also by setting up local currency guarantee funds. So MEGA, for example, to get to MEGA, it's not an easy task. But if you can set up local currency guarantee funds that are backed by local pension funds, I think that would also go a long way in making initial stage funding available to developers so that the likes of IFC and AFDB and the rest can come in and provide the necessary funding. I think one of the competitive advantages we have here in Africa is the issue of carbon financing. I think we haven't mentioned that, but I think that's something that can go a long way in de-risking some of these local projects. At the moment in the European Union, they seem to be walking back on some of the regulations that have been put on their industry in terms of meeting these sustainable goals that they've set for themselves. And they are now looking towards developing markets like Africa to obtain these emission credits, so to speak. So it is an opportunity for developers also in Africa to, to reach out and to be able to acquire some of these carbon financing, so that when the bigger investors come in, they also see the projects that haven't been de-risked, because then they are not assuming the entirety of the financing risk that is involved. So that's the little bit that I would like to add to the discussion. Thank you.
Excellent points. Thank you, Mr. Nana. I would just like to stress your point on the inception stage. So as Kyle mentioned, the upstream facility in IFC, also one of the key reasons that Africa 50 was selected is that they have a fund that looks at project development and does project development, and they've done some really marquee projects, first of its kind, in the African continent. So we are hoping that by having selected Africa 50, they will also bring to bear their project development capabilities to the DRE space. You mentioned also local investors. One of the reasons we have the guarantee mechanism as part of the product menu of the Africa Solar Facility is so that those could also be used for local financier to get comfortable with DRE projects. As we've seen in every market, when banks have to step into an area they're not as familiar with, you need to provide those guarantee mechanisms to give them the comfort that lending to such projects will be good, they'll get their money back. And then the final point on local pension funds, I have to say that we really commend the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. As a local pension fund, they have really stepped up to the plate in the Nigeria DRE facility, and they are also contributing to the ASF for the rest of Africa. So we urge all the the pension funds, insurance companies, and sovereign wealth funds in Africa, one statistic which really blew me away is, can anyone take a guess how much of money is managed collectively by the sovereign wealth funds, the pension funds, and the insurance companies across Africa? Any guesses? $3 trillion US dollars. So there is a lot of money in Africa, for Africa, that we need to be able to tap into. However, having said that, we know that it's not easy to do this, and the example of NSIA is one which I hope all the other local pension funds, insurance companies, and sovereign wealth funds will learn from. And that's why it's so important that this attempt here and all of these gentlemen are key to showing how successful the ASF and the Nigeria DRE Fund can be, so that other pension funds and insurance companies can also bring their capital into this space. And our dream, of course, is that all of the 600 million in Africa who don't have any access to electricity today will be able to have light. And thank you all very much. We've run out of time. I'm so glad that each and every one of you was here and contributed so valuably. Fortunately, I don't have to summarize because our DG, Mr. Ashish Khanna, has the last word. So thank you, Ashish, if I can invite you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Anita, and thank you, panel. This is definitely an extremely illuminating discussion. I learned a lot. I wrote 4 points to share with all of you. The first part is, I hope all the government representatives that are here understand that the best use of International Solar Alliance is to help create an ecosystem of how to unlock private sector in your countries, and not seeking some concessional finance to do some pilot projects. And what this panel mentioned today is that how can private sector, both from a developer perspective, but from a financial institution perspective, what are the key aspects that they are very interested in looking? This is something very important. My second point is where this leads us to is, I really hope that in our future meetings with the governments, we do get Ministry of Finance and representative of your local banks coming to all future ISA meetings. Because the way to unlock Africa Solar Facility for your countries is to have your local banks understand what kind of risk mitigation and currency instruments are there, including your private sector, which can become the husk powers of your own countries. Because eventually, if you are interested in energy and jobs, private sector is the only vehicle that gives you the energy and jobs. My third point is perhaps the next round of discussions I will throw to Benji, Anita, and the team also, is that if you understand a potential new instrument that's very important, and at least in all the bilateral meetings I had, one issue that came out is solar in agriculture. Whether it is the pumps for food security, whether it is the agriculture value chains, every country has mentioned that we want unlocking of solarization. I think the answer will have to be co-created with Africa Solar Facility. Can we create a Pan-Africa facility with IFC support, with Ripple and others that can take out the collateral, which is right now the biggest issue in a poor farmer's inability to get agriculture pump or for the value chain to get some of the equipment. that to me can be a game changer and possibly a great use of next round of patient capital of Africa Solar Facility. My last point is this is just the beginning. We are really hopeful that Africa Solar Facility, once it takes off, will have a huge leverage in helping bring solar to all of your country. Thank you once again, everyone, and really appreciate it.
Thank you once again to our previous panelists, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain in this ballroom for the next discussion, which will be on enhancing food security in Africa by resolving the energy-water food nexus. So again, that discussion will begin immediately, and I'll hand over now to the moderator to proceed. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible. So, welcome everyone. It's good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed panel members. It's a privilege to welcome you to this important session on enhancing food security in Africa by resolving energy, water, and food nexus. We are honored by the presence of His Excellency Mr. Manish Gupta, High Commissioner of India to Ghana, His Excellency Mr. Flavin Yobert, Honorable Minister from Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Nelson Cardoso, Honorable Minister from Sao Tome and Principe, His Excellency Mr. Charles Unehai, Honorable Deputy Minister from Liberia. Your leadership and insights are vital, and as we explore integrated solution to strengthen food system across Africa. I'm also pleased to introduce you to Mr. Hari Natarajan, Advisor Village Empowerment, as well as Selco Foundation, who will moderate today's panel discussion and guide us through the contribution of our esteemed panel members. Thank you all. Now, I request our Honorable His Excellency, Mr. Manish Gupta, Honorable High Commissioner of India, Accra, Ghana, to give his special address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join you in this important discussion about enhancing food security in Africa through a comprehensive approach, what we call the energy, water, and food nexus. This nexus, as you all know, is central to sustainable development, particularly in regions where agriculture serves both as a means of livelihood and also as an essential resource. As climate change intensifies and resource constraints increase, it is crucial to adopt strategies that are integrated, that are resilient, as well as inclusive. In vast parts of sub-Saharan Africa, in my own country, India, I see agroclimatic conditions, our challenges for the agriculture sector have quite a degree of similarity. Therefore, in this context, because in India we have been managing the agriculture sector extensively for quite some time, I would be happy to share our own experiences in the land rural sector, as well as the clean energy transitions that are going through in the country. India has long been recognized that energy access is not only about lighting houses alone. It is also about empowering our local communities, irrigating fields, and also ensuring food security for all. A prime example of this is the PM Kusum scheme. Essentially, it involves providing the energy security to all the farmers. And this is transforming the agricultural landscape of India today by promoting solar-powered irrigation. The government provides targeted support measures under this scheme to farmers to install standalone solar pumps, solarizing the existing grid-connected pumps, and even setting up small solar power plants on their lands. By reducing the dependence on diesel and at times, the unpredictability of the grid, Kusum is helping farmers to have access to affordable, clean, and reliable energy for irrigation, thereby enhancing crop productivity as well as lowering the inputs for the agriculture. In a very short span of time, the scheme has already facilitated the deployment of over 400,000 solar pumps, and its success offers a replicable model for countries facing similar agricultural and energy challenges. In India, in fact, we have developed a very comprehensive system for the solar pumps, and a lot of companies are already working in this sector, so we have a presence across the entire value chain in this scene. In addition, India has made significant progress in deploying the solar mini-grids to electrify remote and underserved regions of the country. These are largely very remote communities, either in the desert places or in the Himalayas up in the north or in the northeast. These decentralized systems not only provide clean electricity to households, but also enable productive uses, such as powering cold storage units, agro-processing equipment, and water pumping solutions. These applications are directly linked to improving food value chains, reducing post-harvest losses, and enhancing rural livelihoods. Recognizing the relevance of this model for Africa, India, through the International Solar Alliance, is trying to replicate and adapt some of these solutions which we believe are pertinent to the continent. The ISA has already supported solar water pumping and mini-grid demonstration projects in different parts of the world, notably in sub-Saharan Africa and Ethiopia, Comoros, Uganda, and even in the Pacific Islands in Fiji. It continues to build local capacities through training, feasibility studies, and technical assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, India's enduring commitment to Africa is anchored in the spirit of our South-South cooperation. We believe that effective development solutions, they ought to be context-specific, community-driven, and resilient to climate challenges. Through platforms such as the International Solar Alliance and numerous other bilateral and plurilateral initiatives, India is ready to share its expertise, our policy frameworks, and financing models to support Africa in maximizing the potential of solar energy for agriculture and rural development. We are also actively promoting and exploring innovative financing mechanisms. This includes blended finance and results-based financing to enhance the accessibility and sustainability of our solutions. In Ghana, India is already exploring the various possibilities across the entire agriculture value chain. We want to complement in the best possible way to the Feed Ghana program that Honorable President Mahama has embarked upon. So we are discussing the possibilities from agricultural mechanization to cold storages, to climate-smart agriculture, to solar water pumping solutions as per the priorities of the government. These priorities were further reinforced with the recent visit of Honorable Prime Minister Modi to Ghana in July. Further, as a follow-up, we are mobilizing the Indian private sector to complement the efforts of the government. I'm happy to share with you, we are getting 2 big agriculture business delegations to Ghana later this month. We expect close to 100 Indian companies from the private sector to participate in this effort. And the whole idea for us is how best we can complement on the ongoing efforts of the government and assist in a meaningful way. The idea is to forge long-term partnerships. In conclusion, the Energy-Water Food Nexus is not just a policy framework. For us, a theme, as we all have repeatedly heard, it's a call to action. It challenges us to break silos, to think systematically, and to act in a collaborative manner. India stands ready to walk this path with Africa to co-create solutions that are not only technologically sound, but also socially inclusive and economically viable. Together, let's build a future where every farmer has access to water, every village has access to electricity, and every community can proudly say they have access to food security. To effectively address these complex challenges, it is paramount that we explore diverse options that are driven by tech, because tech permeates all aspects of our life, and agriculture also it's equally important. Enhance our irrigation efficiencies and implement robust policy interventions that have to be supported by the governments, navigating the interdependence of the systems, understanding the trade-offs involved, and identifying synergies will require us to approach all these elements within a very common energy, water, food nexus framework. I thank you all and wish the session a good success. Once again, thank you, Madam Wasi.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing your inputs and experience of India, which is very much going to benefit the food value chain across the region. Now, I will request His Excellency, Mr. Flavin Philomel Jobert, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment from Seychelles, to share his insights and his experience for food value chain. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, moderator. Colleague ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, development partners, and everyone else in the room, good morning. It is a privilege to join this important session on enhancing food security in Africa through the Energy, Water, and Food Nexus. For the Republic of Seychelles, this nexus is not just a policy concept. It is a daily reality. As a small island developing state, we face limited land, high dependency on food and energy exports, and also exposure to climate shocks. Addressing these challenges require integrated, sustainable, and context-specific solutions. Distributed solar energy systems are central to our energy transition strategy. As pointed out by interveners yesterday, these systems provide much needed access to energy, a key driver of development. On Praslin Island, the second largest island in Seychelles, the second largest inhabited island in Seychelles, the International Solar Alliance demonstration project is already preserving produce, supporting fisheries, and reducing losses, whilst lowering the energy costs and also lowering emissions. We are proud of our collaboration with the International Solar Alliance, and we value the partnerships with the Ministry of External Affairs of India through the Quad Climate Initiative. Projects underway include solar water pumping, solarization of healthcare facilities, and additional solar cold storage in Seychelles. These investments are improving agricultural productivity, public health resilience, and climate adaptation, and they demonstrate the strength of South-South cooperation. Through ISA, we have seen how solar can power efficient irrigation pumps, run pack houses, and keep cold rooms and markets reliable. By replacing costly fuel and replacing exposure to price shocks, solar lowers cost from field to market and makes food more affordable to households. We should remember that Seychelles is one of the places in our region where food is the most expensive. As we participate in this regional committee meeting, we are encouraged by the shared vision and commitment among African nations and partners. The Energy, Water, and Food Nexus offers a powerful framework for integrated development. It makes the initiatives that we are doing under ISA directly relevant to our region's development needs and also in an integrated manner. But it will reach its full potential only if we commit to invest in capacity building, encourage knowledge exchange through our institutions, and input the right financing. Let us recall something that came out clearly in our discussions yesterday. A few demonstration projects by the ISA will not solve our problem of energy, food, or water. Change will only happen when access to clean, renewable energy is embedded in comprehensive national development programs that covers all sectors and that is supported by indigenous finance. We cannot keep calling on the international community to support enabling environments, to attract private investment and empower local communities. It is up to our governments to kickstart that process. The expert networks we have established, the centers of excellence, solar financing facilities, provide us with the means for us to take ownership of clean energy solutions in our countries. Countries of the region are already showing us the way and showing us how it can be done, rapidly and extensively. It can be done, but we must have the will to act and also the will to collaborate. I would end by re-emphasizing that Seychelles remain committed to expanding renewable energy portfolio with solar at its core. We are eager to share lessons and work with other countries in the region, especially islands, to replicate proven models and accelerate this process. Our partnership with ISA and support from India exemplify the international cooperation needed to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 7 and ensure a sustainable, resilient, and food-secure future for all. Indeed, listening to all our interventions in this meeting, I can see that it's not just Seychelles. We are all committed. So let us take up the challenge. Let us work together and make this region an example of how South-South cooperation can drive achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inputs. Now I request His Excellency Mr. Nelson Cardoso, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Infrastructure and Natural Resources, Sao Tome and Principe, to give a keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable ministers, government representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great honor that on behalf of the government and the people of Sao Tome and Principe, I take the floor on this occasion of great political and strategic relevance for our continent. I would like to express deep satisfaction at the opportunity to address this distinguished meeting today on a theme considered central and unavailable in any approach to sustainable development in Africa, improving food security by resolving the energy-water food nexus. In my country, Sao Tome and Principe, like most African nations, we have been witnessing a growing convergence of three critical challenges: energy poverty, water scarcity, and food insecurity. These are not isolated issues, but they are intrinsically interconnected and have impacts that are aggravated by climate change, population growth, and economic vulnerability. Without clean, affordable energy, we cannot efficiently irrigate, conserve crops, or process food. The transition to renewable energy, particularly solar photovoltaics, becomes essential to unlock the agricultural potential of Africa continent. On the other hand, integrated water management is indispensable. Therefore, investment in resilient irrigation, rainwater harvesting, and desalination technology are fundamental and will allow us to face climate variability. Only with the modern agricultural system, coupled with sustainable and inclusive value chains, can we reduce post-harvest loss, improve nutrition, and create a decent job for millions young Africans. It's crucial that our thoughts and acting go beyond mere isolated approach. This Energy-Water Food Nexus offers a powerful framework to design integrated, resilient, and inclusive solutions that can contribute to a positive transformation of our development trajectory, particularly in our small island developing state context. The inheriting risks are even greater. Our agricultural sector is highly sensitive to the climate, as well our fresh resources are limited. Our energy system have been dependent on imported fossil fuel, which make us vulnerable to price shocks and recurrent supply disruption, constraints that must always be taken in account. By tackling this challenge together, we will certainly generate synergy that will contribute to the creation of resilient, economically viable, and socially just system. Our government has taken the decisive steps to operationalize this Nexus approach through the 2030 Energy and Climate Cooperation Roadmap. We are aligning our energy transition with our climate commitment and food security goals. Recently, Sao Tome and Principe approved the National Decarbonization Action Plan and a strategic and operational instrument to guide the government, companies, and institutions in the process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing towards a low-carbon economy, guiding action on 3 pillars: electricity generation, clean cooking, and transport. In terms of the agriculture sector, Sao Tome and Principe have developed the National Irrigation Strategy, in an instrument for planning intervention for the development of irrigation that aims, among other actions, at innovative and adapted irrigation approach and the techniques to improve and guarantee agricultural production and productivity. Therefore, although it is still a small-scale process, we are investing in renewable energy infrastructure, including solar mini-grids, micro-hydro systems, and energy-efficient technology to power irrigation, agro-processing, and water supply system. For example, in some coastal communities on the island of Sao Tome and Principe, we are developing solar photovoltaic systems that include cold storage to help fishermen preserve their fish, reduce post-harvest loss, and increasing their incomes. A cornerstone of our progress has been our partnership with International Solar Alliance. ISA has technically and financially supported Sao Tome and Principe to scale up a solar energy solution across all sectors. One of the most symbolic and strategic initiatives of this partnership is the solarization of the Prime Minister building. This project, currently under developing with the support of ISA, is not only a step towards energy efficiency in public infrastructure, but is also a statement of national leadership and commitment to a clean energy. ISA also supported us in conducting feasibility studies, preparing detailed reports, and bankable projects in building local technical capacity through training programs. These efforts have supported us in creating a robust ecosystem for globally connected solar deployment. Excellencies, the path to follow is clear. To ensure food security in Africa, we must invest in integrated energy, water, food solutions that are climate smart and community driven, strengthen region cooperation to share knowledge, technology, and best practice, mobilize blended finance to de-risk investment and scale up successful models. Align policies and institutions to break down silos and promote cross-sector collaboration. Without wanting to go any further, I would like to ensure you that we must also ensure that our solutions are inclusive, reaching out to the most vulnerable women, youth, and rural communities who are often the most affected by food and energy insecurity. We believe that by solving the energy-water food nexus, we can not only feed our people, but also feed our economy, protect our ecosystem, and secure our future. Let us seize this opportunity to build a resilient and food-secure Africa together.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for giving your address. Now, I quickly call Mr. Harinath Rajan, Advisor, Village Empowerment, to take this dais and take the panel discussion further. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Sudhanshu. I'd like to quickly welcome all the other panelists to the stage. Let me read out the names one by one. We have Mr. Seth Mahu, who's the Director, Renewable Energy and Green Transition from the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition from the Government of Ghana. Ms. Waringa Matindi, who's the CEO of Village Energy. Mr. Sisti Basil, who's the Executive Director of Elico Foundation. Dr. Birhanu, who's the Deputy Country Representative, AVME. We have Mr. Ramesh Patidar, who's the Director of Shakti Pumps. And do we have Mr. Amit Sahu online? Okay, so we also have Mr. Amit Sahu, who's the Deputy General Manager of the Exim Bank of India, who will be bringing in the lender's perspective. So we've got a very diverse mix of panelists. So sorry? Oh, it's not reaching there? Okay, yes. So we have a very interesting mix of panel members. We have the government represented here, we have civil society represented here, we have a financier, and we have solar solution providers. But yet, I'm going to start the session playing the devil's advocate. A number of speakers have mentioned that we need to break silos and foster collaboration. We are talking about, but it's only energy which is largely represented here, and we are not talking to water or food, at least in this panel discussion. So I want to start off playing the devil's advocate so that you all can also comment on all of that. But just to set the context going, we heard yesterday that on average 50% of the population in Africa are dependent on agriculture, but yet only about 5% of the land is probably irrigated. And also from the food security perspective, it is said that probably about 20% of the population is at risk, and it's only going to get exacerbated as we have, the impacts of climate change beginning to reflect on the ground if it's not already doing so. And we believe that solar solutions for agriculture, and especially looking at solar solutions for irrigation, is a way to address this key challenge around food security. But yet, while energy is one part of the story, we heard from a previous speaker that we also need to factor in the issue of water scarcity. So it is not that we provide energy for indiscriminate pumping, which will lead to issues around water scarcity. So how do we look at this entire issue, from a holistic perspective, not just from an energy perspective, but seeing energy as a catalyst to ensure food security while also maintaining water security. So I wanted to get the context going with Dr. Birhanu, who comes with a lot of experience across Africa with agriculture systems around water, etc. So if you could quickly set the context going on what the challenges around energy, water, and food are in the context of Africa. I will be keeping strict time. We have only about 30 minutes for the panel discussion. So at 4 minutes, I'll give you a warning like this, and at 5, another warning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hari. And on behalf of International Water Management Institute, I would like to thank International Solar Alliance inviting us and contribute to this very important topic, the energy sector that helps to get us into the food security. So IMI, International Water Management Institute, is a global international research organization working on securing water for the world. And as per the question, I'm trying to put the context on it, but before that, good morning, colleagues, all excellencies and protocols observed. So the context is that Africa's development growth is interconnected with the issues of energy, the issues of water, and also the food system that we have greatly. As most of you know, water is scarce, energy is deficient, and ecosystem degradation is common in most parts of African states. More than 20% of Africans are food insecure, and 60% of Africans are also energy insecure. And this energy security also affects the GDP growth of most states, and challenged by climate variabilities, climate change, which also affects the food system and the energy sector in general. So we are experiencing an increasing consequence of drought and also flooding. So this extreme water availability in short duration and also drought in another season is a challenge that has to be tackled, and that's what International Water Management Institute is working on. We also witness a limited effort to promote some co-investment solutions for the different sectors. So given the scale and the interdependencies of this energy sector, the water, the food system, and the different competing uses, the incremental and the siloed approach of the different sectors is challenging so far. So we are saying that there has to be a paradigm shift that interconnects the different sectors, and the planning, the governance mechanism has to bring in an interconnected planning for the different sectors that we are talking about. So the energy, water, and food nexus principle is also aligned with the African Union water policy and energy policy, and it offers a promising solution to integrated resource management efficiencies in general. So the approach, the energy, water, food nexus approach maximizes synergies and also minimizes the trade-off between the different sectors, and it replaces
fragmented decision-making approach with a better and holistic management solutions. So in short, what we are saying is that if we are addressing the energy-water food nexus solution, we will have an integrated planning in the different sectors. We will enhance climate resilience and disaster preparedness plans, and also we can catalyze inclusive investment options for the different solutions that we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's brilliant. You actually finished before time. Thank you. I'd like to take what you mentioned in terms of the need for integrated planning and throw the question to Mr. Mahu. You know, in the context of Ghana, you've recently come out with a program for decentralized renewable energy solutions, the SREP program, which is in 2025. And you've also looked at an energy transition and investment plan up till 2060, 2070. So when you're looking at these larger programs, how did energy for agriculture play a role in this? And within that, how were those conversations with the other relevant ministries, be it a Ministry for Agriculture or the ministries responsible for water management? How did those conversations go? And are there lessons that we can learn from that which can be applied across other parts of Africa?
Thank you very much. I hope I'm loud enough. And a very good morning to all of you. I'm happy to be on this panel, to be having a conversation around a very important topic. The importance of this stems from the fact that we as energy professionals, most often when we are planning energy systems, we tend to skew our conversation in a direction that do not, take into consideration the broader aspect of the economy. And we have seen the repercussions over the years. Countries having energy shortages because growth is happening in a particular sector that has not been adequately considered. And I think, having learned some lessons over the years, Ghana's approach to energy planning and development has taken an entirely different dimension now. We no longer view it from a silo point of view where you want to plan energy for just giving people light, energy for entertainment, no. But how do we ensure that we have a complete ecosystem that ensures economic development, prosperity for the people of the country? When we were developing the various plans, including the decentralized energy solutions, we have to embark on a broader stakeholder consultation. In fact, in developing the National Energy Transition Framework, which is a document that will be running for the next 40 years, we couldn't have done it as a Ministry of Energy alone. So we brought on board a number of stakeholders from traditional authorities whose involvement in energy development, economic development is so crucial. We brought on board various ministries, arms of government, like the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, Education, name it. We brought almost everybody on board. We also took into consideration colleagues who are in the legal fraternity, because for you to be able to have a legal teeth to a document of this nature, it is just imperative to ensure that those in that fraternity also have their big say in the conversation. And that has been the approach to developing our National Energy Transition Framework. And out of that, a lot of arms are now beginning to develop. For example, if you take the Ministry of Transportation, they have a strong connection to the Energy Transition Framework, and why they need to also have a policy that can contribute immensely to the achievement of the targets set out in the energy transition framework. You take agriculture, they see energy as a catalyst. They see energy as an enabler to be able to scale up agricultural productivity, address food security issues. If you take the water sector, be it for agricultural activity or for consumption, energy is needed. So they have also come on board. Now, having developed that broad framework for the sector, we need to begin to drill into programmatic documents that can help in the implementation of this framework. So we came up with what we call the Renewable Energy Master Plan that is now going to be giving us 5 year-on-year targets for the industry. Then we also have what we call the Public Sustainable Facility Program, which is going to be focusing on public facilities as to how they can integrate renewable energy into their activities. So in a nutshell, it has been a broader stakeholder engagement process. And because of that, anybody in this country is able to speak to the energy transition framework, and it's been made a public document so that it can be used for planning of the various aspects of our economy. In the area of food security, the application of renewable energy, we are focusing on 2 main legs: public sector application and private sector application. Public sector, we're looking at large-scale irrigation infrastructure. Ghana has a number of irrigation infrastructure developed in the 60s, and these facilities are not running optimally because of energy. So therefore, what we are doing is we are now using solar energy to revamp these facilities so we can use cheaper energy to push water into canals for farmers to use. The private sector arm of it is focusing on small-scale agriculture, where we are going to be promoting, actually we are already doing that, promoting the deployment of close to 3,000 small pumps for irrigation, targeting farm holders that have size of about 5 acres. So that is how we are approaching it, and we know that in the coming days, these efforts are going to be contributing immensely to food security and also boosting the wealth of our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite interesting to hear about how you changed the approach in terms of bringing all stakeholders on the table when working on the energy transition and investment plan. If we have time, I would love to hear about how long this process took and how challenging was it to bring about consensus among the different stakeholders on the way forward. But I'd now like to shift to the other extreme. So we've heard the government, and now we're going to listen to somebody who works very closely with communities and is adopting a people-centric approach to development. So you heard a little bit also about how the consensus was arrived at. But maybe I didn't hear completely, but it was largely driven by government sector representatives. How do community sector voices come into such program development? And given how you've been working with communities around their developmental needs, how do you deal with the bridge between the community and the other stakeholders, be it solution providers, financiers, etc.? So what are some of the lessons that are coming out of your work so far?
Thank you very much, and hopefully you can hear me. My name is Sisti Basil from Tanzania. I would like to start by asking participants, how many of us here were born in a village that had no electricity? If you are born in a village that had no electricity, people are feeling shy, Yeah, can you put your hands like this? Yeah, in the hospital without electricity, right? And how many of us here are still coming from those villages, and those villages do not have electricity? That means we do not have any problem with electricity in Africa. So I work with last mile rural communities in Tanzania, and one of the things that we do or the lesson that I would like to share today, is how do you work with the rural community and how do you engage a rural community in an energy project? At Eliko Foundation, we have a model which we say, go to the people, stay with them, learn from them, start with what they have, and then tell them what you want to do. One step towards engaging people is listening to what they have. We assume as experts that whenever you go to a community, with your solar panels and all that, that's what they need. We had projects where we were going for agricultural projects, water pumping, and then you sit with the community, they tell you, we want more of electrifying our health facility. So community sort of needs to be observed. But the other aspect is co-creating. Are you giving them an opportunity to decide what they want? And then as an NGO, we have this authority of rapid prototyping and piloting, which really helps us to do stuff very quickly, and then we can fail and then we can learn, and then the private sector can definitely learn from us. But also, through that, we definitely know the issues with, let's say, training needs, capacity needs of that particular community. But that also comes with a challenge. You go to a village in which, for the past 60 years, people have never seen electricity. And your assumption is when you give them electricity, they will develop tomorrow. That's not always the case. You give them electricity today, tomorrow they'll tell you, so how do I use this electricity? How can they get the milling machine, given the economy is dependent on agriculture, for instance? So that sort of mismatch also. But also what we have learned in terms of challenges is the community and the cultural also barriers. You go to a community where women, are not very much involved, and you are doing an health project, you need to talk to women because of the maternity and all that. So there are all this sort of linkage that we look upon. But linking then to how does this help the private sector or the government, part of what we do at Eliko is free. So whatever we do, whatever research we do is free online. But then it gives companies an opportunity to say, okay, this was tried by Eliko for 1 year, for 2 years, and this was the model, this is where they failed, this is where we can proceed. Same thing also with the government, because government wants to do bigger projects. My colleague from Tanzania is here from the ministry. It's evident that a government can take a project 100 kilometers to go and electrify 100 people. That cost of electrification is very, very expensive. But with organizations like ours doing mini-grid and piloting mini-grid, then the government tends to very much also learn from what we do. So maybe I'll stop here now, and then if there's another round, I can carry on.
So you still have about a minute or so, and I want to throw it back to you. So you said that your research today is free,
yeah,
but it then covers a limited, footprint. Mm-hmm. If you really need to scale this, somebody needs to bring in money for you to be able to do that kind of research and, share it with private sector. So how challenging is that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, technically, we have almost 26, 27 regions in Tanzania. And then a funds comes to work in 2 regions. And every other region is different from the other, because of the culture of the people and all that. So what we usually do, part of the research that we do, we give it to the government, for instance. For instance, now we are talking about the issue of results-based financing, for instance. The government in Tanzania is taking money from the petroleum levy and all that. how do you reach 65 million people in Tanzania as an NGO? You can't. You can't, honestly. But the government can so easily. For instance, I was discussing with somebody yesterday, if you have the petroleum levy that you are taking every day, right? Why don't you do that-based finance with local companies? You know, you say like what the minister was saying here from India. You say the rural energy agents should now work with local company to allow the penetration of solar water pump through the result-based finance, which is actually the money which is coming from Tanzania themselves. And then at least you can because also minister from Seychelles said, the money from ICE will not be enough. So what we do, the research, the pilots and all that, is also to inform that, you know, this is how it can be done.
I'd like other panelists also to reflect on this as they're sharing their comments, but oftentimes for governments, and with all due apologies to the government representatives in the room here, oftentimes governments are more oriented towards the large RE projects because it's a lot easier to drive that process, and rural interventions are very dispersed, have a lot of transaction costs, and is not something that the government is really comfortable doing. And so how do we break that? At least I'm reflecting here from the Indian experience. I don't know whether it is the same in Africa, but how do we really break that? How do we have that agency and voice with the government to also drive the needs of rural communities is something that I think is very critical to look at. But coming from the community perspective, we now shift to the solution providers. And we have Varenga here who works in Uganda. So can you throw some light on how you look at this issue? I know you did mention that you are not doing solar water pumping anymore, but maybe you can also reflect on the complexities there and why you're not doing it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm really glad that we have a lot of government representation here, because in Uganda, our challenge, at least in the private sector, always to the government is kindly please be the first users of these products. Governments usually, at least in the East African context, they're the ones who are running majority of the schools, the hospitals, they have the offices. So if we had all these solar solutions that they themselves are using in their areas of operation, it then becomes much easier to sell and then to demonstrate exactly the usefulness of these solar solutions. Again, now to echo what Sister is saying, governments have so much more capacity than private sector ever will. And that is something that then we, like as private sector, as much as possible, to leverage. Of course, we can see there's efforts, but we would like to, encourage and really challenge to do much more. And also one of the things that we have found in our context with working with governments is that usually by the time private sector is coming to the table with a solution, governments are a bit, 5, if I'm being kind, years behind, So sort of really trying to learn, and I'm glad about that ISA exists, that is really bringing this knowledge and these technologies, because there's so much that is happening. Personally, I have been in the sector for only 7 years, and what was available in the big technology in 2019 is obsolete now in 2025. So there is need really to learn as much and as quickly as possible. The other thing is for private sector, the mismatch between, we agree that there's a huge problem of access. Then now we have a mismatch between how to go about it. And this is not just with government, but also with funders. We all know about pay-as-you-go, PAYGO, which is a fantastic model for access. It is not a good model for profitability. So then I, as somebody who wants to provide access, but I'm still constrained, I need to make money. So then how do we marry the two? And there's a lot of work and many instruments that have been that have been introduced. There's grant, there's concessional funding, there's the guarantees that you're talking about. The challenge is they're short term. I like the word that several speakers have talked about, patient capital. We need patient grants. A 2-year grant, by the time you start piloting and then you have implemented, then soon it's 18 months and now you have to start reporting, right? It's not enough time. So even all these instruments that we're talking about for financing, kindly make them long-term, 3 years, 5 years, if possible, 10 years. Because the other challenge that we know is the issue of maintenance. The solution has been deployed, it is working, but it's going to fail. So then, how do we make sure that then Village Energy can be able to send their technicians to come and maintain this system 10 years down the line, 16 years down the line, so that then even the manufacturer, then I can be able to get the manufacturer warranty. And then all of us are actually going to be happy. The other challenge that we have, especially now for us who are not doing mini-grids, we're not doing home systems, this missing middle. There's a lot of money that has been mentioned, huge figures, 48 billion. I need 500,000. So then who do I go to who can easily and quickly give me this money? You talk to funders, somebody has an 18-month process between when you apply and when you get the funding. So if I have a 6-month project or a 3-month project and I need $300,000, where do I go? That is also a huge challenge. The other thing that we rarely talk about is in Africa, at least in East Africa, we are quite a low trust society. And so that really causes, there's a lot of negative perception on solar because there's so many systems that have been deployed and they're not working. And sometimes it's because they were not a good quality or they were just not the best solution for the problem that was being addressed. So you have a lot of people who are saying solar doesn't work. And so by the time then you have so much work to convince that community that this solution works. And so that is something that and obviously that is not a money problem, right? It doesn't matter how much money you throw at that solution. So also trying to figure out what we can do to really change that perception, that solar doesn't work. Village Energy, you're here, you make your money, then you go back to Kampala, we'll never see you again. So I will not bother. Thank you.
So that is so interesting because this is the same thing that we discuss in India. When a car fails, you talk about the brand not being good. But when solar fails, it's not the company, but it's the whole sector, which is a failure. And how do we change that? I think India has to some extent managed to make that transition happen, where people are no longer saying solar fails. But yes, that is a huge challenge. But the bigger issue that you mentioned, and it's something that I throw out to the financiers in the room, reflecting also on the earlier conversation, is should money be structured to meet the need on the ground? Or should the players who are operating on the ground need to structure themselves or reorient themselves to attract money in their traditional ways of lending? It's really unfortunate because that seems to be the way the sector is functioning. But you really need to break your traditional mindsets on how you lend, what are the risks, and come up with alternate ways to look at development. Otherwise, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, we are probably going to be in the same room discussing the same issues because the bridge between the requirement on the ground and the money never seems to happen. This is a challenge all over. India is also a prime example on this. But really, this is an issue that can be discussed for a whole day or more in itself. I'm now going to shift to another solution provider who's coming from outside of Africa and who's had significant experience here. Close to 200,000 solar water pumps, I think, have been deployed across several parts of Africa. So can you reflect a little bit on the kind of partnerships you worked on in order to enter new geographies here? And how did you factor in some of these challenges that other speakers have spoken about, including looking at the Energy-Water Food Nexus, coming from the experience in India, So can you throw some light on that, please?
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies and colleagues. And thank you very much, Aisha, to giving this opportunity to present about the solar water pump system for the food security in Africa. I would like to highlight the challenges, the first what we have been facing in Africa to promote the solar energy. Like the awareness, people, especially the farmers, not aware about the solar energy. Sometimes they're surprised how it works without electricity or without battery or without the diesel pump. It is impossible to work. So these are the challenges. And the second challenges was about the price is very expensive. We cannot afford it. But then we try to explain them, this is the solar pumps. It can run without the diesel, without the electricity, without the battery, only the solar panels you required. And for these awareness programs, we did several pilot projects in different countries in Africa. And then we've proven that the solar can be the best option for food security, for the irrigation, and whatever they are spending for the diesel, this can be payback in 2 or 3 years maximum. So whatever that they are buying, but they are initially thinking the diesel they buy every day are in a small money, but they don't think in the long term. So we try to explain them that this is the solar in the long way is very beneficial for you. So these are the challenges that we have given the solutions to them. About the water, of course, if you are having still there is a rain-fed irrigation and only I think 5% of the irrigation are irrigated. So I think farmers need the water only for their need. They will not run the pumps 24 hours, 24 into 7. For the farmings also, they need the time-to-time waters. Also, now the drip irrigation is also available. So we can irrigate the lands with the drip with the less water. So it doesn't mean that if you use the solar energy, the water will be, there is a shortage, there will be the shortage of the waters. It's 100% not. So this is the one more solution. This is the one more, the problem solution. Are thinking people that water will be the shortage? No, there is no water shortage. So these are the challenges and the benefits we are trying to explain to the people, and now the things are changed. I will tell you the example in India. There is a state called Chhattisgarh. Before, it's an Naxalite state, fully Naxalite state, and the farmers are also, it's very similar type of the geography. They are also into the rice cultivations, but they were totally depending on the rains. So our Honorable Prime Minister announced the scheme, PM Kusum, like our His Excellency also explained, in 2015. It first introduced into the Chhattisgarh state, where all the states are affected with the Naxalite, because they don't have the work to do work. They are still unemployment people. So what they did, government has given the solar pump to the farmers. Because before there was no electricity, there was no diesel, there was no money to buy diesel. So when the government providing the solar pumps to the farmers, they are able to irrigate their lands. They are now making money. Apart from the irrigation of the land, they are doing the fish farming also. So they are now farmers as well as the businessmen also. So now this scheme, how the solar energy changed the life of the people. Now this state is going to be completely free from the Naxalites, because they are getting their own, they are busy in their own works. So the same thing, I have been to many African countries in the villages. They don't have the money to buy the diesels. But if you provide them the solar pumps, they don't need to buy the diesels. So this is how, and thank you for Aisha to creating these awareness programs to promote solar energy. And I am sure the solar is the future for Africa, for all the people, for the prosperity and happiness of the people, to self-sufficient of the food in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Rameshi. I still, you said that solar water pumping does not really impact water tables.
Yeah.
But there is still a concern in a lot of, among a lot of experts that over a period of time, because there is no price for water, there is a risk that people will shift to more water-intensive crops, which will eventually start affecting. It may not do that today or tomorrow, but maybe 5 years down the road, is that a risk that we have? But again, another issue which deserves a lot more time, but we
Correct.
don't have that.
Yeah.
I'm now going to go to Mr. Sahu, who is the financier. So the final say in all of this, for it to scale up, you need money coming into the sector. So what are your perspectives on lending in this sector in general? And what kind of risk factors, especially around environmental issues, around the issues of energy-water food nexus, do you consider when you're looking to lend to this sector? Sorry, we can't hear you. Are you on mute? Technical issue here at our end. Can you try?
Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you.
A very good morning to all the participants.
Not very clear. Multiple devices switched on at your end?
At that time, and then there are comes in. Otherwise, the lenders will not be interested, and hence the investment will not flow. So what we generally try to do is that we would take the risk, we will plunge in first, and then we would like to bring in other lenders. And in other lenders, the local lenders play a very important role, because once we deliver the project, the working capital needs of the projects and all are to be addressed by the local banks. So unless we partner with them, this kind of growth cannot be sustained. The second thing that is very important is the operation and maintenance of a project. We can do a project, deliver a project, but thereafter the project needs to be taken care of. The project assets need to be taken care of. And for that, we rely upon the local talent and training and development of local youth. That is one very important aspect that we look into. Another aspect is government support. In a project, there would be challenges with regard to implementation, right-of-way issues, viability gap issues. So we would look at the viable portion being funded by the lenders, the non-viable portion or the viability gap being plugged in by other agencies. There are many regional development banks who come in for that portion. Many a times, such projects are also credit enhanced by way of guarantees from partner institutions like MIGA and all. And that is how we generally deliver on projects.
Thank you. One of the things asset which is financed over a 5-year period, but really looked at as rural infrastructure which attracts project financing maybe in the 8 to 10 year, 15-year time frame. That will change the entire dynamics. So how do we work with financial institutions to even get this message across? And how do we look at this as infrastructure financing and not necessarily asset-based financing, which has a whole different way of being evaluated, a whole different way of, a clock here which says 10 minutes. I'm told that we are out of time, but I'm still going to take about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, where I want
this energy sector is to look at the integrated and judicial use of resources, and with the use of the decision tools that have been developed, there is a possibility for optimization processes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think ISA has taken the initiative to promote the solar energy in the member countries. For next 3 years, I think ISA also should have some finance mechanism with the member countries, so that because this is the initial investment, is the big investment, so there should be some finance mechanism. Then the scheme will be successful running in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As electricity, finance, investment, in my view, will flow in a path that has less resistance. So I will encourage ISA to deepen collaboration with member states to develop programs, policies, and projects that are attractive to investors, policies that do not pose impediment to investment. Thank you.
The middle productive use segment. The people who need slightly above 200,000 and below $1 million. That segment usually gets left out of these conversations. So a bit more focus on that.
For me, I think we need really better to do the national production. I believe that if Africa could produce solar panel within Africa or batteries within Africa, that's the way out. Because for instance, I import everything from outside, from panel to batteries to.
Great. Thank you. Great. Thank you. I will just take the liberty of adding rather than one. So one is for ISA to look at not the traditional ways of financing that they've been looking at elsewhere, but to really think out of the box and look at solutions which actually adjust to the needs on the ground, rather than solutions on the ground needing to adjust to how finance flows. And I think that is very critical in this space. And the other is, given a number of people mentioned this about breaking silos, maybe the next conversation that we don't have just people representing energy, but we also have people representing agriculture, so that the conversation is more rounded and holistic. Thank you very much. I would like to also take the opportunity to thank ISA for organizing this panel. It's been very interesting, and also many thanks to our host, the government of Ghana. It's been wonderful to be here. Any shortcomings in the conversation not being interesting is wholly due to me. I think the comments from the panelists were wonderful. Thank you all again, and yes, we can close.
Thank you very much to all the esteemed panel members for sharing their insights. Now, keeping the paucity of the time into consideration, I will request Her Excellency Rosemary to provide a brief remarks, followed by closing remarks.
Can we give a round of applause to our panel? Thank you very much, moderator. And I want also to take this opportunity to thank ISA for organizing this wonderful forum. As the DG rightly mentioned, it's an ecosystem that brings together all partners, and we complement each other. And it's a platform to leverage technology, investment, and also sharing experiences, as well as capacity building. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Rosemary Mbabazi, the ambassador of Rwanda in Ghana, accredited to Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Togo, and Benin. And I'm delighted to be here with my colleagues from Rwanda and those from the High Commission, representing the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, who has not been able to be here, but we are representing Rwanda. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I wish to extend our warm greetings and appreciation to the government of Ghana, the International Solar Alliance Secretariat, and all partners for convening this important regional meeting. Rwanda is honored to be part of the International Solar Alliance, a unique platform that unites us around the shared vision of harnessing solar energy to drive inclusive and sustainable development. For Rwanda, solar power is central to our national strategy. We are committed to achieving universal access in electricity by 2030. And solar energy from a household system to utility scale projects is critical in reaching last mile communities and strengthening our energy resilience. We are working actively with ISA programs, including support for rooftop solar, solar irrigation, and solar mini grids. We also recognize the importance of emerging areas such as solar-powered e-mobility and climate-smart agriculture, which align with our green growth and climate resilience strategy. Last evening, we were honored to meet with the Director General of ISA, and we appreciate the discussions we held that was also leveraging on our existing academia, strong academia, to scale the Star C centers in Rwanda. And this is building on the existing ecosystem of our education sector, the IT universities that we have, the top-notch universities that are based in Rwanda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, while progress is being made, Africa still faces barriers and persistent barriers, particularly the high cost of financing and limited access to affordable technologies. Rwanda therefore calls for scaled-up financial support, technology transfer, and stronger public-private partnerships under the ISA framework. Only by closing these gaps can we accelerate the deployment of solar solutions across the continent. We strongly support ISA's Mission 300, which aims to deliver clean energy access to 300 million Africans by 2030. Rwanda is ready to contribute both by implementing ambitions and national programs and by also serving as a regional hub for solar innovation and technology and knowledge sharing. In closing, Rwanda reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the goals of the International Solar Alliance. Together, through solidarity and innovation, we can unlock Africa's solar potential and empower millions with clean, reliable, affordable energy. Africa and India, we share a common thing that we have a lot of sun that keeps on burning the faces of our people. We can also use this technology and the sun to burn and use it for development. This is an opportunity that all can harness. I thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now I will call Excellency Mr. Charles Umehai, Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy, Liberia, to give a closing remarks. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I stand and observe all protocol. As we conclude this vital session on enhancing food security in Africa through resolution of the Africa Water Food Nexus, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all esteemed speakers, panelists, and participants who have contributed their expertise, experiences, and vision to this dialogue. Today's discussions have underscored a fundamental truth. Africa's food security challenge is not just about agriculture, it's about systems. Systems that are powered by energy, sustained by water, and driven by resilience of our people. The Energy-Water Food Nexus is not a theoretical framework. It is a practical roadmap for how we must design our policies, prioritize our investments, and structure our partnerships. In Liberia, we are acutely aware of the interdependence of these sectors. Our rural communities rarely rely on energy to power irrigation systems, preserve food through cold storage, and access clean water for both domestic and agricultural use. Yet, many of these communities remain underserved, vulnerable to climate shocks, and constrained by outdated infrastructure. That is why we are working to decentralize energy access, particularly through renewable resources like solar, empower our farmers, and improve agricultural productivity. We are also investing in climate-resilient water systems and promoting sustainable land use practices that protect our ecosystem while enhancing food production. But we cannot do this alone. The scale and complexity of the challenge demand regional solidarity, global cooperation, and innovative financing mechanisms. We must break down the silos between energy and agriculture, between water and climate, between policies and practice. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the International Solar Alliance and other development partners for their leadership in promoting integrated solar-powered solutions that address the nexus in tangible and scalable way. Liberia is committed to deepening its engagement with ISA and similar platforms to accelerate the deployment of clean energy technologies that support food and water security. As we move forward, I urge all of us to take the following actions. 1, mainstream the Nexus approach into national development plans and sectoral strategies. 2, invest in data innovation and capacity building to support evidence-based decision-making. 3, mobilize blended finance to unlock private sector participation and scale up successful models. And 4, but not the least, ensure inclusivity, especially for women, youth, and marginalized communities who are often the most affected by food and energy security. Let us remember that the decision we make today will shape the future for our continent. A future where no child goes to bed hungry, where every farmer has the access to water and power, and where our natural resources are managed sustainably for generations to come. On behalf of His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, and the Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Wilmot G.M.P., I, Charles Yuma, Deputy Minister for Energy, reaffirm our commitment to this shared vision. Let us leave this session not only inspired, but determined to act, to collaborate, and to lead. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for that remarks. As we close this session, I would like to, on behalf of International Solar Alliance, I would like to thank Honorable Minister of Seychelles, Liberia, Sao Tome and Principe, Excellencies, High Commissioners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this session and listen to the views very patiently. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. And I will request to join the next session on artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for our final discussion in this room, we'd like to invite the participants for unleashing the power of AI and digitization for leapfrogging growth of African clean economies. So I invite the moderator to come forward. Thank you.
Excellencies, I will request to patiently wait for 5 minutes to start this session on AI and digitization. Just request to hold for a second and all. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please retake our seats. We're ready to commence the panel discussion on unleashing the power of AI and digitization, leapfrogging growth of African economies. So in this discussion, we realize that this digital leapfrog of which we speak requires a concerted strategic shift from all stakeholders, including policymakers, development finance institutions, investors, and international partners. Now, I'd like to invite the discussants in this panel to please step forward and take their seats. Sujit Nair is CEO and co-founder of FIDE. He's going to be on Zoom. Hari Natarajan is consultant at Selco Foundation. Ajay Kumar Sinha is General Manager at Solar Energy Corporation of India. Musa Sondoka is Head of AI at the Becquerel Institute. Caroline Plaza is Managing Partner at the Becquerel Institute. And Mayank Kumar is Co-founder and CEO of Edge Industries. So if they could all take their seats, and I'll hand over now to Hari Natarajan to lead this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of moderating this session has suddenly been thrust on me. So from a speaker, I've suddenly been promoted to also the moderator of the session. So all due apologies, I have not planned for this at all. And I'm therefore just going to invite the speakers sequentially and ask them to share their remarks. Since we have 6 speakers and we probably have about an hour. Okay, so maybe about 8 to 10 minutes each with your comments. So I'd like to first invite Mr. Sujit Nair, who's the CEO and co-founder of FIDE, to share your thoughts. Are you there online, Mr. Nair? Yes. So is there a presentation that you're going to be sharing, or are you going to just be speaking? Mr. Nair, can you hear me? No, I can't hear you, sorry.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I think we are beginning to hear you, but it's still not loud enough. I remember my student days when I used to use transparencies, and I feel technology, no matter how much progress it's made, always poses challenges when we get into such conversations. Mr. Nair, can you try speaking again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
I don't think Mr. Sujit is here. I am not Mr. Sujit. My name is Mayank. I don't think he's here on the call.
Oh, I am so sorry. So you are the co-founder of Edge Industries. Okay, let's do it that way. Since you're online, would you like to share your comments first? Okay, we've lost voice again.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, I'm glad to see Ashish is back. So Ashish can take back the role of the moderator. I believe you were slated to be the moderator for this session. Okay, great. So I can continue then. Do we have voice for Mr. Mayank Kumar? Nope, not yet. Maybe while the technology issues are being sorted out, let me invite Mr. Ajay Kumar Sinha, who's the General Manager of SECI, to share his comments. Do you have a presentation or will you be speaking?
No, sir, I don't have a presentation. I'll be speaking basically with respect to cybersecurity and the way we are looking at.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm A.K. Sinha. Just one second, I think flags slightly moved out. It gives a wrong flag. Okay, I think for all those who may not be knowing Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited. I'll just give a short brief so that you understand the context. Government of India has created a central institution called Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited as a government-owned company to basically promote renewable energy effort of Government of India, and it was sanctioned in 2011 but became commercial in 2015, and last 10 years or so being commercial. We have awarded more than 75 gigawatt of renewable energy projects, and more than 35 are there already functioning. The point now today's discussion in the panel is AI and cybersecurity or security related with respect to that. So we need to understand the whole structure first, and then we address the aspect what we are and how in India we are looking at it. When you have a project on ground, and these projects are by and large managed from remote. Some are within the country boundaries and some are outside the country boundaries. So these monitorings or day-to-day maintenance and the technology also enables you to have a real-time feedback up to the module level. So advantages there, you have data and your effort of O&M of say manpower visiting on site also gets optimized if you are able to properly manage it. But the challenge here is the moment you are moving on internet of data is moving, the data can be hacked or it can be some way disrupted, which will disrupt your energy generation as well as when it is going in the grid stability of in a particular region probably you may have a serious issue if in case large quantum of projects are getting affected. So keeping this in mind, as in our country, what we have as the Government of India has done, it has tried to say put a different kind of a modular form where people involved in the thermal or hydro or RE, these energy by nuclear, they have been clustered together and they are supposed to look after their internal protocols and policies are being defined. For renewable energy projects, we have been, our organization has been designated as CSERT, that is Central Computer Emergency Response Team. Anything happens, we have to respond. So we look into all the possibilities, how it has to work and how we are supposed to respond. Now coming to this analogy, when we are looking at in your Africa, when you are building up your RE sector from say distributed, getting into the grid, and then enlarging in due course of time, probably this area also needs to be kept in focus. So the advantage here is that the projects are small and any disruption can be arrested to the lowest module. So design comes in a manner where you have various firewalls, checkpoints, gateways where one-way transfer is there, or you allow a very strict restriction of data flow. And monitoring is done on a daily basis. And this brings a challenge that you've got to have trained manpower, you've got to have infrastructure, those infrastructure have to be kept updated because this will be based on software protocols and say software protocols, and the protocols have to be regularly updated and so that no issue takes place. What we are trying to do we are looking at it to project as one entity, and then after the project, once it starts interfacing with the substation where energy is moving in, data is moving in, that interface is again checked. There is some different ownership. They have their independent process of software management, and the data flow, how it is being managed, that is done. Suppose you have a project of 100 megawatt and that substation is picking up that 100 megawatt, and you have another 100 megawatt by some other projects. So they are independently working. So at any point of time, if in case a project level disruption comes, it will be 100 megawatt or maybe lesser than that. And we should be able to respond quickly. So that is the basic configuration. Now coming to grid, at the grid level also we are trying to manage the complete software through firewalls and various protocols. And every incident which happens anyway, anybody dying, a continuous awareness is brought to the all developers so that they are aware. The data, as of now, when we started, has been within the India and outside also. We are also looking at, say, trusted vendor concept, so that the products which are being used as my complete RE product or say project, they are also in line with the government regulation and compliances, so that the standardization say compliances and the checks are being monitored at every places. So in a very nutshell, I try to put this into sense. Now coming to AI, AI is evolving. You can use in various way, but probably at this point of time, having a data or AI output which can straightway be dependent on, I think it will take some time before data gets, but even if whatever you get, you got to cross-check with your own design and parameters and validate and then take a call, not based on AI itself, but it will definitely give you a basic structure to work on in a much faster time frame other than what you would have spent on it. So just to give it a basic idea.
Since there's a little more time left, I wanted to also see if you could speak, for instance, I remember a GIZ project which looked at, where there was a cluster of RE projects connected to the grid. Renewable energy management centers being set up there to manage that better. And then also from a utility perspective, the role that load dispatch center has to take, because you have to back down conventional thermal power. So how does data, technology, etc. help you in managing the intermittency of renewable energy? And how does it help manage the grid, if that is something that you're happy to speak about?
Yeah, I may not be able to get into absolutely granular detail, but I can give you a broad outline how we are managing it. Say it is right now it is dispatchable. It has to be scheduled in advance, and that has to be done. Now, how do we arrive at what has to be scheduled? So that happens on RLDC and obliques of the buying entities. They have their own calculation and mechanism. They try to work on a past data, not only say in the short season, as well as the previous season wise. They have year-on-year data and likely demand patterns, so they work on it, and that is passed it on, and that subsequently get passed on to the say generator, that at this particular time block, so because in India we are following 15 minutes time block, so 15 minutes time block at particular time, this is your limit, this is what you have to generate, so that the balance of your thermal or other which is working on a minimum threshold or maybe at a permissible threshold, that also has to be managed. So these are possible and happening very quickly because of support what we are getting through now, the softwares and various kind of intelligence and data which is management which is happening. So data we are able to pick up on but real time, manage at these centers. And I was more in the beginning talking about safety and security aspects. So that is being managed as developer themselves, but we are as bringing them under one umbrella so that everybody is compliant to the government guidelines.
Yeah, I don't know if ISA is going to be looking at that aspect of it, but I remember in India, how to manage renewable energy as a load dispatch center was a fairly critical issue, and there was a lot of capacity building that happened around that. I remember GIZ was one of the agencies which worked on it, but I'm sure other agencies also supported on that. And I think that'll be critical, especially if at least we're talking about the large RE solutions. I am now going to shift to Mr. Sujit Nair, who's online. I believe, okay. Okay, he's back. So Sujit, if you can share your thoughts. Again, I've been thrust into the role of the moderator without much notice, so I'm not aware of what you're going to be speaking on. So I'm straight away handing it to you. Please go ahead with your comments. Oh, okay. Ashish wants to give some introductory comments on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes. So I want to apologize to Hari, but I want to share what is it that we would be really keen on hearing from Mayank and Sujit. Sujit is working on what would an open protocol system look for digital energy grids. and I will request him, if possible, if he can share his screen, if he can hear him, to give you a little bit of a demo, including a very good demo that is there on what would a solar rooftop program based on digitization look like. Mayank, who's also connected online, is working on a digital twin in Rajasthan, which is a very large state, which will give you an idea what would an artificial intelligence-based algorithm running on distribution system look like. And Musa, who's from Becquerel, is having an automated system for managing large-scale solar plants. That is actually the main objective. Unfortunately, none of them could visit, but perhaps, Hari, what would be good over next 10-15 minutes each is for them to showcase what would AI tools look like, because that is probably an idea of what the future of AI in energy will look like. I just wanted to provide this update because apologies, Hari didn't know about it.
No problem at all, and thank you for that. That really helped me also understand what they're going to be talking about. So Sujit, if you can get started, then we'll go to Musa and Mayank.
Sure.
Sujit?
You're wrong. Indian is just
Yeah,
apply
just
for
give me
job.
one second.
It's the holy grail for.
Sorry, I'm just trying to bring up the video as Ashish was saying. Firstly, my apologies for having joined late. A little bit of a personal situation at my end, but really an honor to be here to be addressing you all. So let me just quickly bring up my screen without much ado and take you through that little demo that Ashish was suggesting. Hari, you may want to give me a cue to see if the screen is coming through at your end. I'm just going to skip the YouTube app.
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to play this full screen and let the video speak for itself. Give me a moment.
I think you have to play it. It's right now not playing.
Yeah. So Zoom has this annotation tool at the.
To an evening in the life of a future grid operator, Let's step into an evening in the life of a future grid operator, empowered by the digital energy grid. As evening approaches and energy demand rises, a utility agent flags impending stress on the central feeder hub.
Sujit, the audio is coming through, but the video is not moving.
Grid flexibility programs. The utility agent then recommends activating the Dynamic Demand Response Program 1. This program, leveraging 350 kilowatts of aggregated capacity from homes and businesses, boasts a high historic.
Okay. Was there any luck with the video?
Sujit, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Yes. I think the video also played well, and the audio was also there. But there was sometimes it gets in a buffer state, like a micro buffer state. But I think it was a good experience.
Okay. Do you think I should continue or should
Yes.
30 seconds? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just let it continue. Thank you.
If you can start it once more, I think it'll help because it didn't come through here very clearly.
Got it. Sure.
Let's spin to an evening in the life of a future grid operator, empowered by the digital energy grid. As evening approaches and energy demand rises, a utility agent flags impending stress on the central feeder hub. The system immediately analyzes available solutions, presenting two predefined grid flexibility programs. The utility agent then recommends activating the Dynamic Demand Response Program 1. This program, leveraging 350 kilowatts of aggregated capacity from homes and businesses, boasts a high historical success rate and promises quick response. The administrator confirms the recommendation, and the utility agent broadcasts flexibility requests over DEG to eligible aggregator platforms. Simultaneously, a connected consumer receives a chat notification from their personal consumer AI agent. They're informed about the utility's need to prevent a local overload between 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m., with the offer of earnings and a potential bonus for participation. The user agrees. Their consumer AI agent then prepares a response plan to achieve the targeted load shifts. This involves actions like pre-cooling the home and temporarily pausing EV charging. With the user's permission, the consumer AI agent activates these scheduled actions, confirming consent and notifying the utility. The user is also offered options to set monthly earnings goals, change preferences, or view live metrics. They choose to set a monthly earnings target of $40, aiming to prioritize high-value events and optimize battery usage. Once the event concludes, the consumer AI agent confirms its success. $18 earned, and the user remains on track for their monthly bonus. Back at the utility operator's dashboard, the utility agent provides a real-time update. Out of 47 requests, 38 meters accepted the request, while a few were pending or declined. The final summary confirms that 310 kilowatts of effective capacity were activated, successfully normalizing the load on the stressed feeder. The grid returns to optimal conditions, averting the crisis.
मॉर्निंग में 11 बजे मैंने अपना इंस्पेक्शन बुक किया था जो स्पिनी से इंस्पेक्टर आए थे वो काफी ऑन टाइम आए थे
Yeah. If I can just take a minute to take you through what you saw on the demo, I'm assuming much of that was audible and visible at the same time. I think what you saw there was, of course, there's a bit of an AI play, an agentic play, with definitely a human in the loop, because we're talking about the grid needs that human in the loop approach to make sure that there are people looking at data and events to take the right decision, take the help of AI. But I think what is important to emphasize here is this is not just about AI. It's not about advanced AI models and advanced AI agents. It also requires an interoperable infrastructure that interconnects the disparate energy systems of the entire value chain. Not just the utilities, behind the meter systems, or further up the chain. All of them need to find a way to find an interoperable digital language to talk to each other. Digital Energy Grid is that sort of a language, a framework, an infrastructure. It's nothing but an open standards, an open architecture that's been put together as a vision paper between us. We launched it at the beginning of this year, somewhere in February. And we'll be doing multiple projects on that in India and early conversation in other areas. But think of it as a framework. What you saw is a framework for demand, a framework being applied for demand flexibility. But the framework is universal. It creates a universal language, whether you want to do demand flexibility, whether you want to do solarization, whether you want to do EV charging. There are several such possibilities. The infrastructure by itself, by design, is general purpose. That's what Digital Energy Grid is. It is like how energy systems can have its own internet. Internet by itself means nothing. It's about what you do with internet, what you do on top of internet that adds value, that allows you to create applications. Think of Digital Energy Grid as a bunch of open standard building blocks that allows you to think of solutions like this. Just to make that imagination flourish a little bit in all your minds, if I can bring another example, as Ashish was suggesting, maybe this time I'll show you an example of how India is accelerating solarization with Digital Energy Grid as one of the possibilities. If I have that permission, Hari, with your cue, I can maybe get that also.
Yeah, you have another 5 minutes, so you can share another example. I do have questions based on what you've shared so far, but I'll reserve that for later.
Let me just bring the video up. Just take a second more. Just give me a second.
Shanti Ama and UP worry.
This is working.
While we're waiting for him to sort things out, it would be great to get questions from the audience as well at the end. So I'd love to see what you've understood of this and how it works. I'm still not very clear.
Sure, Hari. I have the video up. Should I take the first one and second one as well?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Shanti, a farmer in UP, worries about her rising electricity bill. She's heard that a government scheme can help her install rooftop solar panels, with a subsidy of up to 78,000 rupees. A smart way to reduce her electricity bill and generate her own clean electricity. Shanti registers on the national portal with her Aadhaar-linked mobile number and submits her details. Her eligibility is verified automatically, and the local DISCOM approves her installation feasibility. So far, so good. But once she receives an e-token for her subsidy and pre-approval for her installation, Shanti is on her own. Which vendor should she choose? What kind of solar panel is best? Are they made in India? Even with the subsidy, she needs nearly 1 lakh. But which bank offers the best terms? The national portal gives Shanti a roadmap. She can view a list of certified vendors and loan options. But beyond this point, the system is digitally disconnected. She must select the right vendor, apply for the loan, coordinate with installers, and apply for net metering. What seems simple is now a maze of calls, paperwork, and waiting. This isn't just about Shanti and the government. Across the energy ecosystem, even with complementary needs, we're missing opportunities to connect and collaborate. This is where the digital energy grid comes in. Imagine a network that seamlessly connects Shanti with vendors and installers, the government, banks, and her utility company. Making this process as simple as buying a television. Once Shanti submits an online application, her eligibility is verified. Her DISCOM pre-approves the installation. She can digitally select a provider based on their ratings, certifications, and service history. The duly digitally signed agreement between Shanti and the vendor is auto-forwarded to the bank of her choice. The bank verifies her pre-approved subsidy status and processes her loan without delay. Shanti can now book and track her installation schedule in real time. Once her rooftop solar is live, real-time telemetry confirms its installation and performance, generating proof of installation. The subsidy is now released directly to Shanti's bank account. This digitally coordinated effort dramatically reduces time. By integrating energy data, finance, subsidies, and tapping existing DPI, the digital energy grid makes solar adoption simpler, faster, and more accessible. The future of energy is interconnected. With DEG, India can lead this transformation. DEG, one vision, endless possibilities.
Today, the internet is abuzz with exciting interactions with revolutionary AI systems like ChatGPT, Midjourney, DALI, and more. These
That's right. Okay. That's quite interesting. So this is not relevant just for energy, right? If you can actually get a bank to lend on this process, that would revolutionize India. So I would love to understand whether banks are on board for something this automated.
Yes. So this is essentially an extension of the thinking we've been doing for the last 15 years, particularly in India, on this approach called the way of thinking called digital public infrastructure. It's an infrastructure. It's not a solution by itself. So infrastructure typically don't know what the solutions are used on top. Like when you build a road, you don't know whether it's going to be a cycle or a Ferrari that's going to use it. The fact is anybody can use it, makes it valuable. So this is about public infrastructure as a way of thinking. What we realize is that we need, just like we need digital roads for the rest of the economy, even the energy, given the pivotal moment that the transformation of energy is happening for humanity as such, with electrification, greenification, and all of that, I think it's about a high time that we create a general purpose, energy-aware infrastructure, which allows you to not just solve for the energy utility problems from within, but also its intersections with the rest of the economy. It's not that solar costs, the cost of solar rooftop has not fallen. Even if it's fallen, the rest of the process, which intersections with the banking, subsidy, installation, maintenance. Imagine a farmer who has to sit and clean the solar rooftop for the irrigation pump. It needs lot of other intersections to happen. So it's not just solving for energy from within, but also from the other support sectors that needs to combine together. So how do you create a universal infrastructure that manages the flow of information, value, credit, and also create these relationships in a digital world as seamless as possible? Otherwise, applying for a rooftop, I personally sitting in a house and waiting for my rooftop, it'll take 60 to 75 days to get my solar rooftop installed. And I'm living in a fairly uber urban setup. And I think I'm probably more informed than many people in India to a large extent. So even then, it takes me 2 to 3 months. How can we do that in a matter of days? How do we simplify that process where everybody is able to share information, and banks also believe that this is a bankable, way to offer loans? So that's actually an information asymmetry. And if you have a universal infrastructure that sets out open standards and specifications and naturally aligns incentives for everybody to participate, and the cost of servicing a solar installation should be half of what it is today. And that's how India did digital transformation in banking and many other sectors. We think there's an opportunity to reimagine that approach for digitization of the energy sector, and not just for the energy sector with the grid itself, but also its intersections, particularly more with micro installations of energy productions happening with solar rooftops and wind farms all coming. I think there's an opportunity to rethink how we think about digital interfaces for all these to work with each other better. Yeah, so that's essentially what DG is. Maybe there's an opportunity to talk about it another time. I know there are other speakers, but thank you so much for this opportunity to showcase the possibilities that emerges from this way of thinking.
Yeah, thanks, Sujit. I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation, but there are other speakers. I'm actually more interested in how the connection with banks happens for lending in rural energy services. But yeah, Ashish has a question to you as well.
Sure.
My apologies. I might have to leave for a meeting with But Sujit, first of all, I want to thank you for joining in spite of personal circumstances. Really appreciate it. But my 2 quick cents for all the key government representatives from Africa here. We discussed in a lot of our bilateral meetings that one of the big value additions we believe International Solar Alliance can promise rather than giving you demos. And digitization is extremely important, both in terms of looking at how can every citizen in your country can access solar rooftop without actually having to go through a whole myriad of processes, because this is possible through digitization. The first video, I must confess, might have been a little confusing, but it's of an advanced system of if your transmission system operator is seeing an exigency, today it calls up a generator to back down or increase generation. In the future, it may be asking consumers who have batteries and solar rooftop to enter the market and sell that power, all done through digital phone-based commands. This is what the future is. And it is our job, sitting in India, that African countries do not feel left behind of how the world is changing. That is the message.
I'd love to see how DISCOMs use this, given the challenges of distribution sector, at least in India. But I'm going to try and leave out my personal comments out of this conversation. Can I invite Musa, who's the head of AI at Bechtel Institute, to share his thoughts?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Let me share my screen.
We don't see your screen yet. Aha, yes.
Okay, I assume you can see it now.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. No, no. Yes.
Yes.
You see my presentation? Perfect.
Yes, yes.
So thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the invitation again. I think it's really important that this topic is being pushed and pushed to be a mainstream. And it's a pleasure again to present about this topic in another RISA meeting. So this presentation is gonna be more again similar to the previous presentation. We're gonna show some, let's say, hands-on, some demos, and some market-ready products, which is now available in the market. Some are being developed by our development teams. Some maybe from some other solutions from other companies, but I think it's also relevant. It's really nice to stay updated about the other relevant solutions. So just to give a brief introduction, in the Kernel Institute, specifically in the Italian office, basically what we do is try to help all the companies which operate in the solar industry in the different verticals and different stages of the value chain to integrate AI into their workflows, whether we're here talking about internal workflows or even at the production at the products level. We try to turn these ideas into real solutions, but we also have some products now integrated and powered by AI and generative AI solutions, which can be found in the market. So one of my favorite graphs, and I think it's really nice to start with this plot here. Here we have a kind of comparison between the amount of spend on generative AI compared to the amount of spending on SaaS, software as a service. And the idea here is just to show that generative AI would be expected to hit 10% of the amount of spending when it comes to the enterprise software spending. And and this is expected, of course, to be 3 times more what was spent on SaaS. And I think this is a clear message how generative AI now is transforming the market and why is basically being what a huge potential it can have on the software industry in general, but also on the software and the PV software industry as well. One question we would like to answer is how much automation is expected to be introduced for NPV and in the PV industry by 2030. And I invite you to take a look on these values. Basically, we introduced these different automation ranges in a report we just published a couple of months ago. You can find on our website. Here we can see different ranges of automation. After we did intensive market research, we believe that this is what we have more or less now. Of course, it's subjected to a kind of regional uncertainty, but we can see that at some verticals and at some stage in the value chain, for example, the component manufacturing, we have higher, let's say, ranges of automation, considering that we have more controlled, let's say, conditions when we talk about the manufacturing production lines, compared to very low, let's say, automation levels and automation ranges as a construction and installation, considering that we have more and we need more physical engagement and at the sites where we install those PV plants, and this is kind of this which can introduce more and more uncertainty. So after we did, let's say, another deep research on the current technological entities, we believe that more or less, if we can, and if we are successful in unlocking the full potential of all the technological entities we have here, considering that these days there is a huge progress on the computing resources. These computing resources are becoming cheaper and cheaper. We have a new technological entities, as we saw 3 years ago. We had a breakthrough in generative AI and in the introduction of large language models, the new wave of large language models. We think that we can hit these ranges or these values if and only if we are successful in in exploiting the full potential of generative AI in the market. So now we're gonna pass quickly over some examples or some digitalization examples where we think that generative AI is taking part of. First, we're gonna start with the stage of product development and market research, and I think it's a nice opportunity to introduce one of the products developed in Becquerel Institute Italia. Here we have some agents, AI agents, working on the top of another product of Becquerel Belgium and Becquerel Institute, which is the Data Hub product. And what we have here is basically, let's check this demo. We have here a user journey where users can do market research in a very efficient way. So we can imagine a user coming and asking some information about the current status of the market in South Africa. They can even access these reports or these data in local languages. For example, it can ask for Zulu language. It can even ask, comes up with follow-up questions. So this is a nice way to study how promising this market is, especially for project developers and investors, asking for more and more policy related data. They can even come and ask for plots and detailed segments or market segment PV market. They can ask, they can jump and ask some questions about the, let's say, the module prices, plot the module prices, check if these modules are, let's say, one good choice and good option to be deployed in that specific market, in the South African market. They can ask and they can access some real time and real news from the South African market. What's special about this tool, as my colleagues again mentioned before, that this is built on the top of validated and clean data. So the layer of AI agents is not just some, let's say, engineered large language model which can go and look randomly for some random data on the internet, but everything is validated below these agents. So we can trust whatever comes from these agents because what we know what we have in the backend. Another stage in the value chain, I think it's very important also to pass on. We have the construction and installation stage. Here we can see more and more robots are being sent to the fields where those plants are being installed and constructed. For example, we have on the right this Chinese robot, which does the job, and it's promoted to be doing the job of 3 to 4 humans. And you can imagine how important and how impactful such solution is, because if you considering environments like, for example, this was deployed in Australia, remote areas where it's really hard to find people to go and start installing the process, and this is not going to be just nice to accelerate and to have efficient installation, but it's going to accelerate the process of installation, and it's going to significantly cut the cost of the installation process. But on the left, we can also start seeing some solutions, some field robotics being sent and being started deployed in Africa. So, for example, we have this solution from Rio, and it's being deployed in Ethiopia. There are many of those, whether they are being installed in the production line, but also for laying and for installation purposes. Another stage, another vertical in the value chain, which is the asset management. And here what we have is basically a kind of conversational agent talking to an owner of a residential PV system. So we have a kind of dialogue between this agent and this user, and this agent has access to the performance data of the PV system of this residence. It can even have access, and it has access to the pricing data, to some grid information, to the activities and to the consumption details about this specific household. So here the user is asking for some information about the PV system. The user is not really, he's not worried about having some numbers because he doesn't care about numbers. He just wants to know what is the status and what is the performance of his PV system. So he's asking for images. We see some thumbs up and cloudy emojis representing the performance and representing the weather condition at that time. The user is even, he's following up with a question asking about some consumption activities and some consumption habit, whether it's the right time to use his, for example, washing machine or not. And since this agent or this optimization agent can access the pricing data, he can give the right instructions. What's very important, I think, about such kind of applications is not just the fact that they are cool and everything, but I believe this is a very nice area to start democratizing AI, because if we really can, start with these low-level users, with the users and owners of the residential TV system, this is not just gonna, let's say, give them an easy accessibility to their systems, but it's gonna increase the engagement between them and their system. They're gonna better understand their systems, and this is gonna help in pushing and in improving and accelerating the energy transition. So one final.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just have been told that we've got about 15 to 20 minutes in which we have to close the session.
Okay, in general.
So
okay,
if you could close the next minute or so, that would be useful. Sorry to interrupt the flow. I know it's difficult, but I've just got that message right now.
Yeah. Don't worry. I already finished. So, I mean, we have just one final demo. I don't think we need to show it because it's almost the same as just working at the operation and the utility scale level, where users can have better and better accessibility since they just talk vocally with their systems. But more or less, this was my message. I think it's more or less clear what I am trying to deliver. Here, just AI is not anymore a buzzword, but it's a nice way to start democratizing AI. To start democratizing or democratizing AI is a nice way to start, let's say, pushing and improving the energy transition. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You covered a fairly wide range of examples. But for me, the one worrying thing that caught my attention was the extent of digitization you projected by 2030, which means you're removing people and replacing it with technology. Even the 4 people's work being done by one Chinese robot. I'm personally very against that. I would like to see AI as supporting our work and not replacing us, especially in the developing world. So your research is actually quite worrying for me. At a time when we are trying to say that we need to provide energy access, we are suddenly saying all of that is going to get replaced by automatons. I don't know. It's worrying. Anyway, do you want to supplement his comments?
Yes, maybe a little bit. Maybe one comment on what you just said. Maybe the way we can look at it is that this way the cost of the energy that is produced is lower. Also, maybe it's also a way to afford the last mile. We are saying since yesterday that the cost of the energy is quite high for this for this segment of the market. So we can also see this robot or this automation as a way to have effectiveness in the cost and to have lower prices for the electricity. So I just wanted to say, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think that this meeting is very insightful since yesterday. I will say that we want just to put a little bit in context. I think digitalization is key in the scaling up of solar energy that is decentralized and is also really connect with other system and hybrid system, storage, but also with demand. So digitization is a really key aspect of the scaling up of solar energy. And as I don't know, I wanted also, I think we talked about a lot of aspects, very interesting, and I think one of the main is the grid management. We saw some example. We also saw some example with information, with MUSA, with market, with construction, and also with bank and the processes. And we talk also a lot about the management of the hybrid assets. But maybe we can have a wider view. I think Musa already have a little word about it, but also digitalization and AI can help in having other parts of the value chain and in manufacturing. Maybe that can be a player and that can help to have most part of the value chain in the African continent. But also, so I wanted to highlight that maybe, not maybe, but sure, like Musa said, that in the design process, also in having more project and designing the project and permitting the project, AI and digitalization can enhance the whole process and there's cost, and I think that can be a key for also for the scaling up and for the cost effectiveness. And I don't know if you remember yesterday, Isa talked a lot about sourcing also and the ecosystem. I think we have to talk also about skills and training, and AI can also be, and with different agents, can also help to spread the different technical information that can help. We also talk a lot about maintenance with different people talking, and it's very important that when you are setting up a plant, the plant is working for the 10 and 12 and 20 years that it's planned for. So we can think about AI agents that can be, we can ask through WhatsApp, for example, in any language, that can help to see how my plant is working, what is not working, and can help to look in the different languages, in the different fact sheets and the different assessment of the problem, and that can really be a tool to spread also knowledge and also to enhance the capabilities in the operation. And I think it's really that's really a key aspect, and we talk, and it's very important, the skill and the maintenance aspect for the scaling up of the technology. And maybe I wanted to have a word when we prepare this roundtable about some African example. In Nigeria, the distribution grid management have achieved to have less loss using AI, but we can also talk about Kenya and an example of using for payment schedule, for example, for solar home system loans. I think it's very interesting because it's helping this very innovating business model that can also very help to scale. And the last example that have been highlights when we were preparing this roundtable is the one in Tanzania, when the demand is predicted and to manage the solar storage, the demand and the production to achieve lower cost of the electricity and to have a better economic efficiency. So I just wanted to add this word of view in the African context.
Thank you. So I fully agree with you on grid management. I agree with you on improving operations and maintenance. But if you say that I bring the cost of energy down for the last mile customer, at least the Indian experience, when we go and look at energy solutions which are from clean energy, it's not their first priority. Restrict your comments to about 6 to 8 minutes, then I will get about 4 to 5 minutes for my presentation at the end. But yeah, if you could go ahead. Mayank, are you there online?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Do you have a presentation? If so, please share your screen.
I have a presentation and a demo.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm audible, right? Unlike last time?
Yes, we can hear you. And we can see your screen as well now.
Perfect. So thank you much for the introduction, Hari, and apologies for the mic issues in the earlier part of the discussion. My name is obviously Mayank, and we are building a company called Edge Industries. And in within that company, there is one of the products that has gained traction is called Edge Electra. I'll just skip the introductions and just directly head to what the product does. Edge Electra, in the interest of time, Edge Electra is essentially a AI-powered grid digitization and energy transition product. It does a bunch of things, but what it begins from is digitizing the entire distribution grid of a power utility company or a discom company, right? That is what we are calling it geo-modeling, meaning you are essentially geo-tagging every asset, be it a pole, be it a transformer, be it a substation, a feeder, in that distribution grid context, you are encoding it with a GIS, data points like latitude, longitude. You're encoding it with other technical details like the capacity ratings, the conductor rating and things like that of the entire grid. And next step is once you are done with that, you also sort of gather data about the connections of the grid, because every asset in a grid, be it a pole, transformer, substation, is it has connections within different assets of the grid, right? So it is like a spider web. The connections have deep meaning, and you will see what I mean in the product demo very quickly. That those are very important for different kinds of analytics on the health of the grid, the reliability of the grid, the flow of power, be it solar or otherwise, on that grid, right? Once you are able to sort of do these things, you are essentially creating a digital twin of the real world distribution grid, right? Because of that, you can do a bunch of analytics, a bunch of optimizations, starting from DRU or best integrations on, where do you sort of integrate a solar power generator or a solar farm or a nano grid or a micro grid, at which point in the grid, of what capacity, and things like that, right? I'll show you in a demo very quickly in the next couple of minutes. You can also do other things, other fancy things like demand response management, which some people on the panelists were talking about. You can obviously look into uh, very detailed AT&C losses, which are concerns of many distribution companies in the global south. And then, of course, because you have a the complete digital twin of a real world grid, you can do a bunch of what if simulation, which is just a fancy term for some of the workflows, many of the workflows that engineers and distribution companies use, right? Things like, what will happen if I attach a particular feeder in a particular substation? What will happen if I remove a transformer, or add 10 transformers, or add 100 customers, or simulate the next 6, 12, 18 months of the demand patterns of a particular area or just jurisdiction, right? So these are some of the things that are possible with this product. Without further talking about it, I'll just show you a quick video or a demo. The entire product consists of two applications. The first one is called a Lineman app, which is essentially a mobile application used by the field engineers and the linemen who are on the ground, who are responsible for the reliability and the health of the assets of a distribution grid. And the second is called a Control Center app, which is a web application used by the engineers and the officials and the leadership of the DISCOM, right? Which allows them to sort of do a lot of visualizations and insights and recommendation on the data that is being generated on the from the grid, right? This is what the lineman application looks like. I'll just run this video very quickly. What the lineman does is that this video shows the digitization of an asset. So he or she selects the feeder. The feeder is essentially a wire on the substation, and they are trying to drop a pin. They have to sort of be in front of that asset, be it a pole or a transformer. Just like you and I book a cab, an Uber cab, or like a Lyft cab, whichever country you live in. I'm sure you have some kind of cab, taxi service, a mobile service, which allows you to drop a pin near your vicinity, which is essentially fetching the location of that particular asset. And then you're sort of saying whether this is this is a latitude, longitude. You select the kind of asset this particular digitization is. In this example, this was a DT distribution transformer. You select a bunch of technical details, which is capacity rating or voltage ratings of that particular transformer, which are templatized for the convenience of the lineman. And then you take visual aspects of the transformer, in this case a photo or a video, and then you sort of like fill in a bunch of other details which are like super essential for different kinds of analytics, different kinds of asset management, different kinds of administrative outcomes for the DISCOMs, distribution companies, and then you submit. So this was essentially one workflow for digitizing one asset, and there are anywhere between 10, 15, 20 million, 10 to 20 million, 10 to 15 million assets in one distribution grid, at least in India. And of course, these numbers vary from country to country, the scale of the DISCOM, but that's the scale of the operation that this product does, right? what happens after this is once you're sort of done digitizing each asset by asset over a couple of months, you are effectively able to do something like this, right? Hari, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's visible. The font, etc., is very small, but I think the general picture we are able to get.
And you can see a map, right? You see the map now.
Yeah.
Perfect. So this is the control center app where I am searching a particular substation whose name is, let's say, Kalyan Nagar. And what you're effectively seeing here, I'll let it load for a second here. What you're effectively seeing here is that this is the substation in a state in India, which is called Rajasthan, one of the largest states in the country. And this is the entire digital, twin of the actual distribution grid. So what you these small dots as essentially poles and transformers. I'm just like zooming in and panning out for people's conveniences, and like it has complete digitization up to the transformer or the customer level depending on various factors. In this particular example, I'm going to select the transformer transmission substation, which is effectively a 220 kilovolt transcom substation, and I run something called a load flow analysis, which some of you might be familiar with. And what this effectively does is that this particular analytics on top of this actual digital twin is letting the DISCOM know what is happening in this local network. And by local network, I mean that this is a transcom substation, and there are 10 distribution substations attached to this transcom substations. There are at least thousands of transformers. There are 3 SPGs, solar power generators, and these are the SPG1, SPG2, and SPG3. The blue color denotes coal power electricity being drawn from the grid at this point in time. Like let's say I choose another date for convenience. Let's say 25th August, and at let's say whatever 1 o'clock in the morning, this entire local area is drawing so much capacity. You can see the capacity around 6759 kilowatts of power is being drawn from the transcom substation within this jurisdiction, right? Let's say we sort of like go further ahead at 7 a.m. in the morning. What you see here is that this green, quick context, the green color means this is solar electricity, clean electricity, good electricity. The blue color means this is coal electricity, bad electricity. And the pink color is essentially a mixture of both solar and coal, right? So what you're seeing in 15 minutes of block is, let's say at 8 a.m., you now see that parts of the grid is being consumed, is being, contributed by solar electricity, right? And other parts of this grid is being, the electricity is being contributed by a mixture of both solar and coal electricity. Let's say I go at 12 in the afternoon, which is effectively, a peak sun. You can see that the entire grid is being powered by 3 solar power generators across this entire local grid, right? And of course, and this red color, bar chart means that some of the electricity is overflowing, meaning excess electricity is being generated between these 3 SPGs in this local network, and that is kind of being wasted or could have been captured by battery energy storage systems in this particular local grid, right? And so on and so forth. So this is one, what this solves for the DISCOM company is that what is bunch of things actually, right? When you can look at a very granular level on the flow of power, the quality of power, the type of power, you are effectively taking decisions of optimal integration of solar power generators at any part of your distribution grid. You are taking decisions about battery energy storage systems. You are taking decisions about purchase agreements between these solarpreneurs, because these are distributed solar power plants usually put up by farmers or in a cooperative setup or an individual capacity depending on financial status. You're doing a bunch of things apart from obviously like other financial health things like AT&C losses, which I just mentioned earlier, because you can effectively microscopically look at what is happening with part of the grid, right? So this is what we mean by digital twin. And I'll just end the conversation by showing something effectively related to what we like to call custom GPT, because for the first time, something like this is empowering the discoms to access data in a very fluid manner with the help of AI, right? So because this digital twin data is generated by us, they can ask a bunch of questions. For example, show the power output or load flow, and you can sort of like do a bunch of um, you can control the question that you're trying to ask. In this particular SPG, Power and Enterprises is the name of the solar power generator. Let's say you're effectively configuring the query of this question in the form of, let's say, a bar graph, and then ask this question, and AI just effectively immediately gives you the answer. Because the data is very dense, I'm just going to zoom in into the data and show you a slightly like a daily or a hourly aspect of the data. You can manipulate the data whichever way you want as a discom official or a discom operator, and this is essentially magical for them, because uh, without a system like this, without a product like this, getting to answers on what is happening in the grid is very, very hard, because for various reasons. One of the reasons is also that they have one too many tools. The data are siloed. They are not sort of under a common platform. Even if they are inhibited or restricted, they are unable to analyze data, or they are not able to sort of like use AI effectively and things like that, right? So that's about it. There are a bunch of different models, but I don't want to sort of talk about them. I'm happy to answer any questions related to everything that I talked about so far.
Mayank, thank you very much for that. Quite exciting, because it gives hard data to be able to counter the discom when they say they can't take more rooftop solar because of substation issues and all. Couple of questions, and just one sentence answers would be really appreciated. One is, you showed at in the afternoon, you showed the entire thing as green. I don't think Rajasthan has solar energy to cover the entire load at any point, right? So that is just a simulation based on...
No. It is actual data on a local grid of 10 substation, which has over capacity of solar power generators in that particular area.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of
Rajasthan
that.
has around 150 solar power generators, and this was a specific local network which had 3. And in that particular day, at that particular time, there was an overflow of demand, or contribution, energy contribution from the solar power generators.
Okay. And the other quick thing, a yes or no answer is, when you're capturing these assets, are you also taking into account the quality of the asset, or the age of the asset, and therefore how efficient or inefficient is it for the transformers, etc., to be able to then decide at what point they get
The idea
replaced?
is, I understand the question. So the product has the provision to capture these data points, but the actual capturing of these data points is dependent on many factors.
Yeah. Agree.
Right? So
Sure.
that is how I would like to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I beg your indulgence, about 5 minutes where I talk about the work that we are doing, and then we can close the session. Can I request for the presentation to be shared, please? Is there somebody from ISA? Yeah. While they're loading the presentation, a couple of apologies are due. I'm very bad at following protocol, so my apologies to all the ministers and dignitaries for not acknowledging you. I'm sorry about that. And probably the second is to Musa and Caroline. The idea, I often find that conversations are more interesting when there's conflict and contradictory opinions. And so it was meant purely in that sense. Didn't mean to convey any offense when I raised those questions. Yeah. Okay. My presentation is up. Do I get a clicker? Okay. So very quickly, I represent Selco Foundation, which is primarily focused on energy solutions for rural communities. It's focused entirely on access, household energy access, and energy for livelihoods, health, you know, the overall well-being of rural communities. And Selco as a business has been around for about 30 years now, and the foundation is about 15 years old. And I'm here to talk about two very exciting initiatives that we are right now, you know, it's work in progress. This is a journey that we've started. And hopefully this is something which will be very beneficial when we're looking at energy solutions for rural communities to build resilience and to also provide access to energy. So I'm going to talk about two initiatives very, very quickly. Let me time myself so that I don't take more than 5 minutes. It would be good if I had this on my screen as well. Did I already? Yeah, so I'm going to talk about how we are trying to use AI for impact, and I'm going to talk about digital public infrastructure for improved healthcare outcomes. So this is just one slide. Maybe I should stand, in which case I can also see. Yeah, so Selco Foundation in India is trying to solarize 25,000 primary healthcare centers across 15 states in India. By my account, it's probably one of the largest programs that are being operated. I'm not getting into details of the program itself, but because this is energy solutions in very remote rural areas, the biggest challenge is in terms of operations and maintenance. And what we require, therefore, is remote monitoring, improve management of systems so that data drives decision-making on that. So what we've actually done, so there is an organization called eGov in India, which is also now working in other parts of the world. They've created a free and open source software called Digit, which is digital infrastructure for governance and inclusive transformation. So Selco Foundation has piggybacked on this platform and is now monitoring the performance of these assets in rural areas. And the overall objective is to improve the performance of these systems, ensure that the failures are minimized, or when they fail, they're resolved quickly, so that there is better public service delivery or better healthcare outcomes. So this is a very exciting project which we are on the road to. The data is now being analyzed, and the first set of results we hope to have by the end of October, early November. So this, if it works, potentially then is relevant for all DRE applications that we've been involved with. And because it's going to be open source, it is something that will help the government actually ensure better energy service delivery through decentralized renewable energy solutions in rural areas. And that's all I'm going to say about it. This is even more exciting. So Selco Foundation is again partnered with another agency which has developed this AI tool. It's called Apurva. And the people who worked on this actually said that the AI named herself Apurva. So that was an interesting story for me. And what is the problem that we're trying to solve? A lot of times we find that decision-making in government programs or otherwise is largely top-down, and there is very little practitioner knowledge which is being captured or is missing in that public discourse. And so one question we are trying to address is, how do we collectivize the practitioners' knowledge and make this available and feeding into policy making? How do we increase the shelf life? You know, in India itself, I know that 20 years ago, stuff that I had done and failed at, people are again trying to replicate today. So how do we ensure shelf life of knowledge so that mistakes made in the past are not repeated? There are no silos of knowledge, and people are actually able to leverage the collective wisdom of the development sector. And then we look at how do we build systems which, shares wisdom which is relevant and dynamic. And again, how do we unlock the exponential growth? So, ISA said that from ambition to action. But we would want to push that envelope further and say that the time for incremental impact and action is gone. We need to look at exponential growth and exponential impact. And how do we use some of the digital tools and AI tools available to make something like this happen? And again, just to quickly go, these are, various buckets of knowledge. So you've got publicly available knowledge, institutional knowledge, which is our own in-house knowledge. And then we capture conversations from the grassroots as well to understand, practices on the ground, to understand, what are their challenges. And what we are trying to essentially do is synthesize all of this, where you make sense of all the conversations and not just focus on, say, agriculture or nutrition or gender or water, but it takes an integrated view and gives you an answer. Again, right now, the stage we are at is the first two steps, where there is an internal vision on what development should look like, and that is captured by some of the key strategic thinkers within the organization, as well as the historical documents which focused on the mission in terms of creating social impact. And that leads to program information and program design. What we intend to do at some point, we are still at that stage now, is to also then start absorbing worldviews from the overall internet, and see how that also adds to the information that is within the AI tool. Again, a very quick example, right? A query which says, what are the challenges that dairy farmers face? And based on our experience, there is a list of things that's listed here, right? So it's not important to focus on the content. It's really about each response is followed by a clear indication of where it's been sourced from. And that is very critical, because in a lot of responses, you find that the sources are missing. So we find the source. The way we are looking at it is also that it's going to be multilingual. We have 30 languages, at least in India alone. And we want to also democratize this, go global. So make sure that it's multilingual. Make sure that it's multimodal, so it responds to voice as well as text, and multi-channel. So it can be on the web, it can be on WhatsApp, it can be on IR. And all of this is working today. It's still not out in the market, but it will eventually be open source. The idea is to ensure that everybody benefits from what's happening. The more interesting thing is this. It actually gives you an indication of what are the biases or blind spots that you are likely to be depending on if you just look at that information. For instance, gender representation. For me, a very critical aspect, right? There are significant underrepresentation of women in the boards of dairy cooperative, and therefore the solutions or answers you're getting do not reflect, a gender responsive information. Is there an institutional bias? Are you skewed towards supporting larger organizations and are looking at solutions or not looking at solutions which respond to the needs of the smaller people? Decentralized solutions. Is there a greater shift towards centralized solutions? Because there's not enough experience around decentralized. So this has actually been more interesting for me, is because it actually makes us think critically on what the solution should be, based on the blind spots that you yourself probably never, never really understood. And what we are now trying to do, so this is all about the energy experience, but we are also then looking at program integration. So, and the way we are doing it is to identify partners who are, who come from a similar value basis or judgment on what impact and development should be. So this is one example of a millet mentor. So this is a consortium working on making millets accessible and also supporting processing, training, mentorship, etc. So we've kind of tried to bring that into it. And also, so it is a live platform, even as training is going, based on the questions that come from the training, the tool then learns and is integrating that into training in the future. So it is fairly dynamic in this. So this is again work in progress, so not in the open source, but it's quite interesting at this point of time in terms of the value it can add. And what do we eventually want to do? How do we build that platform for collective wisdom? So not just Selco, but several other organizations, not just based out of India, but based out of different geographies. And how does that collective wisdom allow us to identify solutions which we, in our siloed thinking, are probably missing out on. And so, yeah, so the objective right now is to work together to turn scattered knowledge into collective wisdom that can fuel exponential growth. And I'm done. Thank you. So I'm not going to try and summarize this conversation because there were a wide range of topics that were discussed. But I thought, the digital twin of the grid is something, at least from an Indian perspective, I know is going to be brilliant if it, is actually expanded out to all the utilities. And it will make integration of decentralized renewable energy within the grid far more easier in terms of convincing the different stakeholders that it should happen. So I think that is something that would be very relevant for the African context as well. I also kind of enjoyed the futuristic view that Sujit brought. I'm not sure the distribution grid in India is still ready to accept that. Maybe at the transmission level, but at the distribution level where individual loads respond, probably need some more time, but I think that's also something which is very useful. Sorry to repeat that, but I'm really concerned about AI taking away jobs and digitization taking away jobs. I think we will have to look at a balance where you sacrifice efficiency that digitization and AI brings to ensure that the jobs are not affected and people are struggling to find, how they're going to survive for the next day. And Seki, actually, he spoke about, how RE contracts were integrated into this thing and how data was used for decision making on several aspects. I didn't quite capture that well enough. Apologies for that. But yeah, so in closing, I think there is a huge opportunity where digitization and AI can help advance the energy requirements in different countries. And I must admit, I'm sure there are other countries which are doing a lot of work, but very development-oriented digital public infrastructure work in India is in a really exciting place today. And I hope ISA can just bring that information here so that you can, you can leapfrog in some sense. I'm sure there's a lot happening here as well. But you don't have to go through the pain points that we went through over the last 10 years. And, if ISA can help different countries here achieve that, I think that will be a huge success. So I think I'll close the session. I think we are due for lunch and the thing. Okay, sure, please, go ahead.
Sir, I just wanted to add one concern. You say that AI may, lead towards our job-related issues. It reminds me to say my interview time when we were given a discussion topic was whether computation will reach India to 21st century or not. And I was fighting for it. Yes, it would, and it will create more jobs. So I was proven right subsequently. And my understanding, sir, AI, something we can't stop, or the modernization we can't. Probably it will create much more job, but in a different form. Probably people will have to prepare for that. So job will not go, form will change. That's my input.
I sincerely hope so.
Yes,
Ashish, you wanted to share some closing comments?
Well, I wanted to say, if you are over the time and lunch is due and you have a full room, you've done a great job. I have one reflection, and with so many honorable ministers and government delegates here, please join me in a quick reflection of why are we in International Solar Alliance spending so much time talking about AI, digitization, and financial issues. This is not something that is not relevant. I hope you have a reflection that this is the future of renewable energy. The future of renewable energy will involve a very, very important intertwining with AI, digitization, and how you are going to work with your financial institutions in the country for financing it yourself. That is what we, International Solar Alliance, want to help you on. As you saw today, I must admit, a lot of it took me a lot of time to understand, because some of this is complicated stuff of these tools. Some of them are futuristic. But the idea, as we say in India on a Bollywood movie, is to give you a trailer. This is a trailer of where the world is headed on AI and digitization, and it is our job again to repeat in ISA that Africa should not be left behind. We have already, through ISA, issued 2 expressions of interest for doing digital twin in India, in 2 Indian states. We're going to do 1 in Brazil, and we're going to do 2 in Africa. We are already talking to some of you, of which those countries could be. But as you saw, whether you want to do solar pumps, what you saw on solar rooftop, that video, remember, of connecting? Imagine if your farmer could have an app that can connect him or her to the bank and the government and get a solar pump on an app. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That is probably the future. We want to take this journey with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe one quick final comment based on what Ashish said, right? So oftentimes it may appear that we're saying the learning is one way, but I think we have a lot to learn from how you're doing things as well. And I think learning in the South-South context is going to be both ways, and also between member countries. So it is not a one-way process, and I hope ISA can bring about that kind of an ecosystem where there's, information, learnings flow across the network very smoothly. Thank you. I think this is the last session, so I guess organizers probably have some final comments. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists. Someone has left a phone here. I'm not sure who it belongs to, but if you're missing a phone, okay. All right, Harry. You're welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we go for lunch, there is a bit of information to share with you about the site visits to Ada and to Tema. So I'll invite Harry and Harry, not you, Harry, 2 other Harrys, to come forward just to share that information with you. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. So just to inform you about the field trips, so we have 2 of them. I'm going to speak on the trip to Ada. So we're going to travel to the countryside in Ada. That's on the towards the eastern border of Ghana, in the direction of Togo, Benin, Nigeria. So we're going to see there Ghana's brand of mini grid, and we'll have the opportunity to interact with each other and with the locals. We'll have dinner there, in one of the resorts, Aqua Safari. So don't worry about dinner; it's taken care of. So everything is ready. Buses are already there. So immediately after lunch, 2 o'clock prompt, we are leaving to Ada, and it will take around 1.5 to 2 hours to go, and another 1.5 to 2 hours to return. So for those of you going for that trip, it will be very exciting. You get to see the countryside, and we get to chill a bit in the resort at Ada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, so equally for those of us going to Tema to visit the Helios Roofside project, everything has been prepared for your arrival. It's about 30 minutes journey from here, and exactly after lunch, we will also be heading off.
Can you speak closer?
All right. Yeah, so I was trying to say that the journey from here to Tema Helios rooftop solar site is about 30 minutes, and we'll also be setting off immediately after lunch. That is about 2 o'clock. Those of us who are going there should be prepared to climb. It's about 13 meters tall roof building. So if you are a bit afraid of heights, please, we'll assist you to go up there. On the bus, we'll discuss all the technical details of the project. Everything that went into the project, we'll discuss all of that on the bus. I think that is all for now. So thank you. For the Tema trip, by 5 o'clock, we should be done and on our way back to Accra.
All right. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's time for lunch. Lunch will be served at the same location as yesterday. That's in the garden behind this hall. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Have a lovely trip if you're going on the site visits. If you're heading back home, bon voyage. Thank you very much for coming to Ghana, and do come back and visit Ghana soon.